Okay, got it. Good morning, everybody. It is June 13th and welcome to another exciting edition of Council Workshop. I will call the meeting to order as we have quorum. It is 11 a.m. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge that the city of Maple Ridge carries out its business on the traditional and unceded territory of the Katzie First Nation and the Kwantlen First Nation. Before we go to the approval of the agenda, I just wanted to have a few comments on the events of the weekend. Obviously, it was probably one of the biggest fires we've had here. Tragic. Having said that, it could have been a lot worse. And while it's our heartfelt thoughts go out to the residents that have been displaced, I wanted to take a moment to thank our first responders that are here today and anybody else who's listening, as well as all of our partner agencies, as well as staff, as well as the volunteers, everybody at the Greg Moore Center. This has been something that when the execution, I have to commend you on a fantastic job. Having been there most of the night and watching the events unfold, watching everything from TransLink providing 2 buses for shelters temporarily, to the Legion opening up their doors, to getting the Greg Moore Youth Center opened up by 2 o'clock in the morning for the residents that weren't able to find accommodation through their family or friends. In the end, there were about 70 families that went through the Greg Moore Youth Center. And we say families, don't know how many members are on families, but the good news is by around 6 o'clock Saturday, everybody was housed in hotels. And that was the very first priority in any operation like this. The first priority is to make sure people are safe, people have shelter, they have a way to deal with what's in front of them. They are in a state of shock in a lot of cases. So our first priority is to make sure that everybody's safe, and that's exactly what happened. As I said, the 2 TransLink buses, watching 5 ambulances parked, ready to go in case of really tragic situations. Thankfully, they weren't used. Just the magnitude of this fire and the fire bombs flying all across the neighborhoods. I shudder to think if it wasn't raining, where we would have been. But I can tell you one thing. My confidence in the people that work at the city, the first responders, the RCMP, our neighboring communities, my confidence is right up here. The level of professionalism that we saw was kind of amazing to see. As with any other tragedies or situations that unfold like this, the aftermath, we'll go back and we'll look at what happened, what unfolded, and there'll be their debriefs and they'll understand, okay, what could we have improved on? But I want to thank you. Where we move from here, everybody's housed, as I said. A lot of the folks have insurance. There's a few that don't have insurance, and those are the ones that the Red Cross are dealing with. We'll be setting up, we're looking for a local provider, and we think we found one. We're just waiting for final confirmation, who we can direct people to make their donations. We prefer cash. There's the reason why we prefer cash. One, it allows the victims to use the money as they see fit. They don't need couches right now. They don't need a lot of those things. They're in hotels, so they can't really cook in some places. So there's some challenges there. And the best way to support them is through cash donations. What we are setting up is a local organization who will collect the donations on behalf of this of those victims, and they'll be able to distribute them as necessary. And the city is involved in that process. The other important thing is, and for anybody who's listening, please, if you know somebody who's a part of the fire and they already haven't registered for emergency support services, tell them to register. Either they can call the city, they can go through the Red Cross. The more that we know how many people are affected, the better we're going to be able to stop people from falling through the cracks. The city is amazing right now. Everybody is eager and chomping at the bit to help. So our challenge right now is to just focus, continuing pushing the city's message, so we have a unified message, and make sure that if somebody is falling through the cracks, guide them to the right place. And currently that's the Red Cross. They are still the lead here. They're using their funds to pay for the hotels. They're giving some money for food, all that kind of stuff. But we know it's going to get a little bit harder for the ones who don't have insurance. So as council, that's my recommendation, is please just make sure it gets to the proper channels. And then this way we all know what's going on. We all are able to act as a council, as a city, as a community, and that's what people are looking for. And one of the best news stories of this is the pets. There were, as of Sunday, there were still about 11 pets that were missing. The rescue agencies are out there planting traps, they're catching them. We're starting to see great stories of people being reunited with their cats, with their dogs. I mean, when we look at these sort of stories, that's what makes me proud of our community. I will stop there. Thank you. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the agenda, please? Moved by Councillor Carrera, seconded by Councillor Schiller. All those in favor? It is unanimous, approved. Thank you very much. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes of April 25th, 2023? Moved by Councillor Youssef, seconded by Councillor Carreras. All those in favor? Motion has been unanimously passed. So we're going to move on to item 5, unfinished and new business. Mr. Havlik Windsor. 5.1.
5.1 is the Fire Protection Master Plan, and we have Mr. Ernie Polson from Firewise Consulting Ltd. to present. And I believe he's being introduced by Chief Vandal.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Thank you very much for your time this morning. And Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for your kind words at the beginning of the meeting. I'll be the first to acknowledge that this is a team effort. There are many departments in this city that supported internally to the support of this event. It's not just our external partner agencies, many of whom you identified and thanked, but internally, we had engineering involved, we had operations involved, we had our finance department involved, communications. So it is very much a team game that we play, and an acknowledgement is due to all of them as well, and I'd like to extend my gratitude to them for that. Moving on, we are presenting to you the Fire Services Master Plan, our preliminary findings from Mr. Ernie Polson of Firewise Consulting. As you are all aware, we have been working as a fire department on our Fire Services Master Plan. As of last fall, we retained the services of Mr. Polson and his company. It's been a very fulsome process that we've been working on. We've had a steering committee formulated of different elements within the city, ranging from senior staff to labor elements and executive staff of the fire department, and as well as obviously the expertise of Mr. Polson and his group. So it's been an exciting process for us. We're very eager to share our preliminary findings. Yeah. So a little bit on background where we're at as a fire department. Context matters, and a little bit of a quick history lesson for those that may not know. The fire department converted to what we call a composite delivery model in 2005, and that was anchored against the 2003 master plan that we have been working with since. That plan brought us to a place where we have career on-duty staff. Right now, we have 11 on-duty members across 3 locations in the city, halls 3, halls 1, and hall 4. And that's where we find ourselves today. So we've done a lot of work with that master plan and grown the department. And just for your contextual benefit, we still operate the composite model. We have auxiliary firefighters, paid on-call firefighters, we call them, in each of our stations. And that's where we find ourselves today for context. Mr. Polson will get more into the details of his findings. And with that, I invite him to the podium.
Thanks, Drew. Well, often I have to lower the mic. So thank you very much for your time, Mayor, Council, everybody that's here. I really appreciate the opportunity to present our findings as they are today, and to provide the opportunity for you to provide some of your insights as well, to make sure that this is a full team type of a plan moving forward. We've been sharing consistently through the process that we win when we all get to the finish line together, and you are important part of the team to move this forward. 2 things that before I get started, the first thing is I'd like to offer it was pretty shocking opening the newspaper on Saturday morning and realizing the nature and extent of the fire that had hit this community. I took a walk down to the site this morning just to kind of get a bit of a sense and a reminder of days gone by in my own career. And our hearts and best wishes go out to everybody affected, because it's far more than just the residents. Obviously, theirs is the most personal impact, but you've got small businesses and construction workers, and the list of people that are affected by this fire directly goes much beyond the residents who are the most obvious victims of this. The second thing that I'd like to comment on is, in relation to the fire, is that the fire has happened subsequent to all of the work that we've been doing to sort out the kind of where we think the best path forward for the fire department is. While this fire is instructive, certainly it's informative, absolutely. There'll be things that you will learn about it. What we're talking about today is a plan intended to get your fire department into the 21st century fully and effectively, able to look after the immediate needs of the community, and then set a foundation that's firm and strong to allow them to grow with Maple Ridge as Maple Ridge continues to develop. So I'm encouraging you to, as difficult as it is, to put the events of the weekend a little bit behind us right now for the purpose of this conversation. What we're talking about is the day-to-day function of a very important service within your organization and community. So first, I'd like to an acknowledgement. I've had a blast. I kind of feel like a little bit like a Maple Ridge resident. I know addresses. I can get around the city quite handily. I've a tendency to take some degree of ownership over the outcomes of this plan. It's a nature, and that's really been a part of the people from everybody that I've talked to within the fire department, across the city administration, hanging out with folks in the community, and all of that sort of stuff has been brilliant. And I can't thank them enough. They've been incredibly supportive of our efforts. There's been a transparency from start to finish. Even the stuff that's difficult to share, where we're maybe not sure that we're doing as good a job as we need to be doing. There's been absolute transparency to help us get to the best possible understanding. Everybody I've talked to in the organization has been absolutely committed to the mission of the city, the department, the council. They understand their role. They understand the importance of the functions within their community. They understand that this is a large team that is developing far beyond fire, that's delivering services. Our observations, you will find as you go through our work, support the efforts of people. At the end of the day, the people are the most important part of fire protection program in a community, whether that's residents, fire department members, council, or whoever. So anything that we're talking about is talking about system. It's not talking about individuals and people. So today, we wanted to bring an update on the project status so that you've got an idea where we've got to currently. Part of that update is to hear from you as well. So please feel free to chime in, ask questions as we move through this. We're going to talk a little bit about the drivers for the master planning process. What are the things that are impacting the delivery of fire protection services? What are the things that you need to be aware of today? And kind of what are we seeing as some of the horizon things, the stuff that's starting to pop up above the horizon that we need to start to navigate and deal with? We'll talk about the master planning themes. We've identified about 9 themes that most of the recommendations and council policy statements reflect, and then we'll discuss some of the corporate implications of the plan itself. So where'd we come from? As the chief had indicated, the 2003 master plan for Maple Ridge Fire was really a transitional plan. It took a volunteer fire department that was serving quite admirably, serving a very rural agrarian type of a community, a long ways away from the up and coming significant urban area that you represent today. It recognized that the volunteer fire service, even 20 years ago, was struggling, had capacity limitations and the like. The staffing model was developed to address that. And it included assumptions that the volunteers, the paid on call, the part-time staff would be able to fulfill a certain block of capacity that the city needed then to meet the operational needs of the community. The original plan included a staffing model, but it also talked about new stations. It recognized that with growth in Silver Valley on the north end of the city, on the north side of the Alouette River, that there was going to be a need to redistribute resources across the city. They'd anticipated a fire hall in 2010-ish that would be staffed by paid on-call firefighters. Again, that assumption that the paid on-call's capacity would be able to be up for it, and it would start to manage and address growth. But what we've seen since then is significant changes, trends, growth in population. You're a much larger, much more urban centric community than you were 20 years ago. Climate change is the big equalizer. Trust me, it's affecting everything you do, everything you will do. Your children will be dealing with this, and your grandchildren, and it all goes on. The climate change is having a massive impact on the risk profiles in our communities. Changing risk profile. You got to see a little bit of a changing risk profile on the weekend, but it's happening across the city. The changing in build form, more dense communities. There's in Albion. There's these very tight, very small communities that are providing affordable, accessible housing, but they come with different challenges for fire protection and servicing. Complex response needs. It's a very different environment. We build differently. We're organizing our communities differently. There's different demands. Nobody actually told us in 2003 that the rail traffic through Maple Ridge would include massive amounts of tank cars of crude and other petroleum products connecting Eastern Canada to the port in Burnaby. Those have changed. Increased community expectations. I'm imagining that you were following Twitter and Facebook and all of that over the winter with the various snow events. There is an expectation that the city, that the municipalities are going to save us, and they're going to do it in a timely fashion. That's an expectation. That's a powerful driver. Whether it's reasonable or not is less important than the fact that it is a fact, and it is something that we need to be aware of. Training and competency management programs are very different. It's interesting, you know, I'm dealing with my old fire department that I joined 40 years ago. And what we were doing in training then versus what we need to do in training today is just it's 2 lifetimes worth of growth. And we're doing that with very similar organizational structures and delivery models that I saw when I first joined as a new recruit. And then staffing model, paid on call and career needs is the other piece. If you've been following any of the news regarding the forest fires nationally, you'll know that there's 30,000 fewer paid on call or volunteer firefighters in service today than there was 5 years ago nationally. That's about 20% reduction in the available workforce. This is a national crisis in terms of capacity. That luckily enough, Maple Ridge is in a very different position than many communities, so that you do have the depth and resources to be able to take concerted action and help to move this forward. So what's a master plan? Just so we're all on the same, it's interesting answering RFPs because you find out that there's about 400 different opinions on what a master plan is. For the purposes of this one, it's a roadmap. Stakes out a piece of turf that says this is the situation that we see today. And it establishes some performance measures and some objectives and goal setting and that sort of thing to guide a future so that we can achieve a common understanding of where we're moving and how we're going to move and what the implications for that move is. It's a really important business planning tool. Again, it starts to establish a roadmap, starts to identify this is for this service and this service level. This is the resourcing, the people, the equipment, the apparatus, the planning that's going to be needed. As we change our community, as we grow our community, it provides some of those tip points where, yep, we're going to need to make some new decisions, make some new investments to make sure that that service standard is maintained across our community. It establishes shared priorities between council, administration, and the fire department. I've spent an awful lot of time, and I was very impressed with council's 2023-26 strategic plan. Short, succinct, very easy to read, and I think it laid out your priorities really clearly and well. It's really important that the work that we're doing out here in fire protection is aligned with the work that you want to see accomplished and the objectives that you've set for your council and ultimately your community. And I'm hoping that you see those linkages as clearly as I think I do. Data and risk informed. We don't guess. If we're forced, we can forecast. That's not guessing. That's based on solid analysis of data, and where we don't have confidence in the data, we're going to tell you that and make recommendations. We need to study this a little bit more. We know that in terms of the paid on call firefighters, we don't have an absolutely clear picture of what their relative capacity is consistently across all timelines and where they're needed. And that needs to be assessed a little more deeply. So this is data and risk informed. The risk side of that is, what are we protecting against? Is this a big priority for us? Is this our priority? Is this is this risk something that somebody else has created that they should be resolving? So data and risk informed is really, really, really critically important to us. And then finally, it's flexible. It's the master plan, and any master plan needs to have flexible priorities. So at the end of the day, if I'd have told you 4 years ago that we would exit our workplaces, work from home, learn how to use Zoom almost competently in most cases, and deliver our critical municipal services, our small business services, whatever they may be, from home, you'd have laughed at me. And then all of a sudden COVID hit, and we ended up with an international pandemic that frankly sewered every plan that had a rigid framework that we had, and we will be working for another couple of years to recover from that. So the master plan has to have the high priorities, but those recommendations need to be flexible, and they need to be moved around, and you need to be able to influence them as part of your strategic planning and efforts. I think it's important for everybody to understand. This is probably my favorite chart in the whole process. Not the least of which is with neat and tidy and without a spelling typo in it. What it illustrates is a very complex organization. This is not the volunteer fire department of 1989. This is a very complex, large organization that has very specific needs. Everybody knows about the suppression and rescue bucket because that's, you know, kind of the belle of the ball. That's what everybody sees. You got to see the professionalism being on display at that fire scene over the weekend. They're amazing, and they just do a remarkable job, and will continue to do so for you. What you don't see is those other buckets of equally important function for the department, the senior leadership function. You know, complex organizations don't lead themselves. They need senior leadership that has got space and can see across all of the critical senior level functions that are plugging in to the stuff that you need to be making decisions with in terms of corporate priorities and the like. So budget, strategic planning, corporate relationships, regional relationships, those take time because they're complicated, they're difficult. And they need people that have got the space to be able to make those amendments. Stuff like staff engagement, super important. Senior management processes, policy development, labor relations, really important. Community safety, so that's our prevention and emergency management functions, and you got to see both of those kick in over the weekend as well. But prevention isn't just, you know, the kids showing up for a fire hall tour. It's the really important stuff of fire safety, of fire code compliance stuff, making sure that construction sites have got a construction site fire safety plan to help reduce the likelihood of these major fire events during the most vulnerable phases of a building's life cycle. To do the investigations into the cause, origin, and circumstance of fires, to make sure that we're supporting the objectives of expedited approvals of new buildings, but to do so in a safe manner that considers how we're going to provide fire safety. And emergency management is everything from the major event planning to the social support services that are required for post-disaster, contributing to mitigation measures and planning for future stuff like climate change responses and business continuity and resumption. And then the last piece, and no less important, is the administrative and support functions, which is training and safety programs and contract management, and all of those important administrative, making sure that payroll is fed the right information from our staff, right? All of those sorts of things. So when you're making decisions and when you're thinking about your fire department, don't think about fire trucks. Think about this very complex organization that really needs your support and needs the support of an effective management group, an effective leadership group, an effective staffing group, and then the lateral relationships and resources that the city offers as well. So in terms of drivers, Maple Ridge is growing in a little, we're in a little different than most jurisdictions, although Calgary would argue with you a little bit, but your population is growing at a nice and steady rate. But I suspect if you look south of the Golden Ears Bridge at the growth that's going along that is it 200s into Langley Township, I think that you kind of shades of what's coming your direction. It's marching north. It's just about at the highway. It's not much of a leap, and you can see the Lougheed Transit Corridor and developments along there starting to look like that south of the line. But so there's lots of population growth and lots of population growth potential. There's been a lot of population growth since the staffing model was implemented, and there's been virtually no change other than a degradation of the paid on call staffing throughout, just through a bunch of functions. The development in Maple Ridge isn't happening in an urban area. It's happening in multiple urban areas. So you've got Albion, Silver Valley, you've got 256 for industrial growth, Yanadin for industrial and residential growth. You look around your city, there's nodes of growth all over the place. That's super challenging to handle out of a limited, it's difficult to meet acceptable service standards for your similar neighborhoods across the city with that type of development approach. Now, the reality is geography and the geology of the land and the layout of rivers and whatnot affect that. But it's something to keep in the back of your mind. There's a huge demographic change. The building of that bridge, the Golden Ears Bridge, is changing the nature of your community. You really see it in it's you want a fascinating afternoon. Just give me a shout and I'll wander through your census with you. I kind of don't get out much. But it's really interesting to look at your demographics compared to other areas in the greater Vancouver area. So when you're thinking about your community is built of an awful lot of young families but there's a change happening. You're starting to see more and more older folks, more and more people with unique needs living in your community. Well, I suspect as you look at the fire over the weekend that will come into play in the building that was there. So there's a demographic change afoot. What that looks like further down the road is increased demand and increased expectations. A much more urban look to servicing that is going to drive expectations and ultimately whether or not you get a passing grade as a community. The other one that's really driving across British Columbia, it's literally across Canada right now, is Western Canada, is vulnerable populations. And I know our thoughts go straight to the homeless populations, those without homes, those with vulnerable housing and the couch surfers and all of that. That's only one part of it. Admittedly, it's a very public part. It's a part that we see. The vulnerable populations that you're not seeing are the ones that are inside homes, but are incredibly dependent on effective emergency services. The acute and chronically ill. People get sick and they're staying in their homes. People get sick and they're out of hospital an awful lot earlier in the process than they were 30 or 40 years ago. My daughter had a child and was home, within 20 hours of the birth. That's not an unusual thing, right? So most of the time it's just fine. But a lot of time it's not. A lot of time there's secondary requirements. So the acute and chronically, and then there's the aging. There's an awful lot more people in the community that look like me than look like the young folks that are staffing the fire trucks. And our needs for service, for medical, for a broad range of services will put and are putting a significant impact, a significant pressure on your emergency services. And you link that to the much publicized challenges in terms of the availability of provincial health services and things like that. Those are all factors. It's really important that you understand it. It's really important that the department is reporting and giving you the information, because there are important provincial and national conversations need to happen that they can help you with. So changing risk profile. The community that you have today is not the community of 20 years ago. It's a very different community. Just drive around. I mean, I've noticed the empty lots with fences around them and big pictures of high-rise buildings. You really are on the cusp. But you see all of the infill buildings. You see the changing types of buildings that are going in. The recent announcements from the province regarding much denser infill considerations for multi-unit where there used to be only a single family dwelling, things like that. So your population density is not going to look back. It's really expensive to develop land, and the more people that we can get into smaller places manages the cost of the development, which will transfer into, hopefully, more accessible and affordable housing. So it's a reality. It's a reality that's occurring. It's a reality that will intensify as you move forward. It's really interesting. Like I say, that drive south off the bridge, just look at the new buildings that are going up on the east side of 200th Avenue, just south of the highway. That is incredibly intense developments. Industrialization. There's an awful lot of work going on in Maple Ridge to attract industry to the 20,000 or so people that are leaving the city to go to work every day, to have more of them stay and work here in their home community. So that's a really good thing. That's a really important thing, but it also has implications in terms of the delivery of fire protection services and the type of services and systems that they're going to need to employ to continue to be able to meet the needs of the community. We've talked a little bit about transportation corridors. You're lucky you're not on the Trans-Canada Highway, so that takes but I've driven the Lougheed and back and forth through Mission and Abbotsford, and that's a busy roadway. There's all sorts of neat stuff happening. The bridge cross has changed the transportation flow into the area. Your railroad is only going to get busier and better. And you've got an airport just outside your city limits that puts you under some of the glide paths for that facility. I don't know what its long-term plans are, but it certainly adds to your risk profile. All I'm saying is that while you may not have a huge traditional highway type risk factor, there really is a significant transportation risk profile in your community. Climate change, we've talked a little bit about that. It's a really big deal, and it will affect you more than many of your neighbors. You have a huge wildland urban interface area, huge agricultural base, all of which are affected by climate change. You have the Fraser and the Alouette rivers running through your community, and the Alouette is probably the bigger concern more frequently because it's more susceptible to the intense rainstorms that we saw that took out all the bridges on the Coquihalla, for instance, and flooded Chilliwack. So it's the extremes of weather and the extremes of the impact of weather that is coming your way. And like I said, the wildland urban interface, just take a drive around all of your perimeter and rural to semi-rural developments. There's a significant profile. While you own equipment to deal with that urban interface, a structure protection unit and sprinklers and that sort of stuff, it's not a staffed resource. And so to deploy that, we actually have to take people off the very small group that's on the floor to be able to resource that equipment. That's some of the stuff that's going to have to be part of your climate change response strategy. How do we deal with this? How do we make sure that our critical infrastructure is being looked after? The communications nodes, the city facilities and whatnot. Where are we going to put people that we're evacuating if we evacuate in community? And how do we protect those? It's really important conversations. Service demand. Service demand is increasing across all categories. Everything that they're doing, with the exception of motor vehicle collisions, and I still haven't figured that number out yet. But across all of the categories, the numbers of incidents are increasing. There's more fires, but most of them, with the exception of the medical and medical first response type calls, are roughly tracking with population increases. So it's what you would expect: more people, more incidents, that sort of thing. Medical is leading all others by exponential numbers. Vulnerable populations are growing. Their needs are becoming more and more complex, and there's no increase or no noticeable increase in the provincial capacity to deal with that. So it's falling for few. And it's increasing across all of the areas. If you look at the map that's on the screen, there's the dark blotch of purple over Station 1, so headquarters, just over here. That's your kind of your town center, urban core. But you'll see Station 3 is pretty darn busy as well. Station 4 is increasingly busy. And as growth and as those communities grow out, they'll continue. But you've also got a fair amount of activity north of the Alouette River. And that becomes really important when we start to talk about facilities. Performance. Back in 2003, there was some performance benchmarks that were presented as part of the package. I'm not getting into the details of that. That sucks us into the weeds, and there's no point, no need to go there. But what's important to recognize is that the fire department's ability to meet those performance metrics is reducing every year and has been for some time. They're not achieving those, and they're certainly not even close to achieving international standards. So if you look at the chart on the bottom, where station 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the overall, the first engine response standard performance means the time it takes from receipt of an emergency call to the time the first 4 people, ideally 4 people, are on site with their engine and getting ready to go. Station 1 is making that about 73% of the time. Station 2 is only about 62% of the time. Station 3 at 69 and Station 4 is at 51. The effective response force, and this is only for a single family dwelling, so not a big structure fire. This is just for a regular one. Station 1 is only achieving that effective response force, which is a combination of sufficient people to manage the event safely within a certain period of time. Again, this is Maple Ridge's standard, not an international or external standard. Station was only hitting that 43% of the time, and the department's overall performance is at 42%. That's concerning. It means that more than half the time it's taking far longer than even the city's somewhat, it's not relaxed, but more realistic performance expectations aren't being achieved more than half of the time. If you look at the first engine performance under the standard, the numbers are even worse. It's only about 56% of the time versus 69% in the 2022 overall. The reason we use 2022 is we had the full data set, and it was the most recent. So what that tells you is there's a problem. We're not getting there. We're not getting there soon enough, and we're not getting there with sufficient numbers of people. That's a big deal. So why? The multicolored chart on top starts to explore that. Some of it's assignment, and it's really interesting to watch that assignment curve grow. And it did a big jump when it with the opening of Station 4. Part of that was COVID and the need to implement COVID staffing distribution changes, because it took away from took staff out of Station 1, where the busiest station, and moved them over to Station 4. So what that means is that we've got apparatus that's now responding in from other areas into those central response zones to make that first engine. Same thing with busy. As you see, 5 years ago, busy was only accounted for about 9% of the those events where it took us too long to get there. And it's up to 31%. So numbers of calls are increasing. It's busier. We're having now to break vehicles away, that sort of stuff. Distance has remained fairly flat over the thing. The opening of Station 4 has helped that a little bit, but as you continue to see growth occur, and as the distance performance will start to creep up again as a cause. Driving talks about congestion and road congestion and all of that. So it really depends on which part of the community you're going to. Part of your challenge from a driving perspective is that you don't have good interconnection between neighborhoods. That becomes really important when we start to talk about how do we integrate efforts for the city to get the best bang for our buck. So if we can get a bridge across the Alouette River in some reasonable amount of time, what does that do for us for fire halls? Well, talking to the chief, we may actually be able to say we don't need one of 2 fire halls. We'll get rid of one of those. That's somewhere in the $10 to $20 million range, depending on the type of facility you're going to. So it becomes really important to understand these numbers so that we can make really good decisions. And the department is working diligently to provide you with that material. Turnout and alarm are the two that are actually to some degree under the control of the fire department. They have the ability to influence that and do. So Station 2 performance is measured to a very different measure. It's a paid on call, a volunteer fire station that services that area, but it also recognizes the larger districts. So it's a longer response time, which is reflective of that higher performance level in Station 2. Staffing model. This is the big one. The reality is for everybody that's depending on volunteer firefighters as part of their part or all of their staffing model, the assumptions we made 20 and 25 and 30 and 40 years ago when we created these structures are no longer relevant, and they need to be studied. They need to be understood. Recruitment and retention is challenged. We've got some really good chart. This one is an excellent one that shows the blue is hired, the rust orangey color is departed. So we have a good year of recruit or a bad year of departures. We have a good year of recruitment. The moderate years, we have a really good year of departures, and then we have 2 consecutive years where we lose more than we bring in. That is the state of the union, so to speak. The reality is that there's huge investments in time, energy, money, capacity, organization going into supporting a staffing model that hasn't fundamentally changed since Maple Ridge Fire was created, whenever Maple Ridge Fire was created. There has to be a complete rethink of the use and utilization practices and supports and all of that of paid on call, and a rebalancing of the career versus the paid on call assumptions. That needs to be continually addressed. Surrey went through a very similar thing, but that needs to be continually assessed, and that will be a moving target into the future as the city grows and the system matures. It does reflect national issues. This is we're doing projects in 4 provinces and 1 territory. This is the number one topic of conversation for everybody is how are we going to resource emergency responses in our community? Because we simply can't get sufficient trained, capable, experienced volunteer firefighters to safely do the job. A big piece of this is how do we comply with WorkSafe BC requirements for related to competent workers and all of that. So it becomes this great big deal that needs to be studied, it needs to be evaluated, and needs to be taken very seriously. So the themes in our proposed master plan that we've identified fall into 9 categories: governance, managed risk, sustainability, people, resource distribution, technology, apparatus, and equipment, which I will say, we're not going to talk a whole bunch about. I know everybody likes to play in the fire trucks. You're doing a really good job there. And the tools are not the problem. It's the folks it's the number of fingers that are on the tools that it's the big problem. Disaster risk reduction. I've got some thoughts there. Integrated services and continuous improvement. Integrated services is more than integrating efforts into the city. It's cross-departmental integration, it's community integration, and then it's regional integration. And then continuous improvement. How do we make sure that we don't have that we avoid as many surprises as we possibly can, that we have a structured approach, that the information is flowing, that's going to support good council decisions into the future. So we're not going to get into every deep element of it, but we'll talk about some of the strategic pieces here that I think are the big, are going to be the most challenging to manage. So our approach to master planning is that there's 2 elements to the master plan, 3, I guess. There's a whole ton of background information and data and all of this, all of the facts, the observations, the reports, the external reports, all of that sort of stuff that feeds into this, ends up with basically broad instructions to administrations through council policy statements, which is where we need you, it's where we need council. What is it that council needs to see out of their fire protection system under those various topic areas to feel confident that they've given good instruction to administration, and then that feed into the, kind of where my interpretation of the underlying principles of good governance, which is sustainability. How do we make sure that we can afford what we've got? How do we make sure that what we've created is in fact going to meet the needs of the community? Because that's part of sustainability, right? It's not just, can we do it cheap? Can we do it well at the best possible price? So it's people centric. At the end of the day, we fly or we fall based on the human resources that serve us. Everybody from the newest paid on call firefighter to the chief to council to the mayor, everybody has a function in this, needs to be respected, and their role in the organization and the model need to be respected. Risk and data informed. I can't overstress this. Data is absolutely critical to help you make the best possible decisions. And if you don't understand it, keep pushing, because the reality is the data is there. They're doing a really good job of correcting. The other piece that goes with that is, what's our risk profile look like? And there's a bunch of work that needs to happen there that we've started. It's inclusive of city and regional roles. This is from and it fits across the people-centric, sustainable, risk and data informed and all that sort of stuff. But the reality is you don't need to create every piece of capacity for the fire department in the fire department. Some of that can be created. We need HR support. It may make more sense to build that HR capability in human resources with an agreement and on how we're going to share that resource. So it's important that we're all playing on the same team. Again, we're not winning until we're all winning. So if we can accomplish multiple objectives through a single process, that's got to be better for everybody, including the folks that are expected to pay for it. And it needs to be flexible, and we talked about that. We did a SWOT analysis on the department, and it's funny how a strength can be a weakness, can be an opportunity, but it can also be a threat. And the staffing model was quite interestingly fit into all four of those boxes. It's certainly a strength. A composite staffing model is an amazing flexible tool and resource to a local authority. But if it's not well understood, how many people here knew that you have 11 on any given day, 11 career firefighters on duty waiting to respond? I mean, lots of people don't. We need to understand that, and we need to understand it in relation to the risk profile of the community. So it's a weakness. There's an opportunity to make it healthier, to breathe life in it, to rebalance it. But it's also, if we don't get our act together, we're going to lose it. There's a huge threat, and it can manifest in multiple different ways. Poor performance, poor labor relations opportunity, all of those things that go with an overstressed, underappreciated or perceived underappreciated organization or group of people. The recommendations that come out of that are in the thing are what we're suggesting administration should commit to in terms of achieving those council policy statements. So they support addressing council and fire master plan policy statements. So your strategic plan is the only strategic plan. We call ours a master plan because it differentiates. You are setting the strategic direction for the city. This is the master plan is how does the fire department plug into those strategic directives from you? Recognizes the corporate roles, and you'll see as we start to roll this out that I have absolutely no problem implicating folks from all over the organization, including the city manager, in terms of their roles and responsibilities in helping this process go. It's the only way it can be successful. You're just simply not big enough to build a fire department that is capable of delivering all of those functions independently of everyone else. I'm not sure that it's a good idea. anyhow. And it's supported by data, standards, regulatory and legislative requirements. So, and not necessarily always in that order. Legislative and regulatory tends to take the front end. We need to make sure it's safe and all that sort of stuff. I put this chart in for a reason. And if you look at the top two lines, I thought that was a really telling thing. And it screams a whole bunch of really cool information for me. So if you look at the cost per capita, Maple Ridge is way below the main comparators that we selected. We reached outside of the province because I think it's interesting to get a Western Canadian perspective on it. There is stuff to be learned from east of the Rockies. So 151.67 is your cost per capita. Again, when you look at, Saanich is your closest comparator in terms of cost, and they're $20 a person more expensive and a much, quite a bit larger, about 25,000 larger population. But it's the next line that becomes really important as well. Whilst the per capita cost is low, we're very sensitive to the fact that you're actually in the middle of the pack in terms of the per dwelling unit cost. The per dwelling unit cost suggests that any changes to spending has a much larger impact on a family and their finances than it would in, say, Victoria, with smaller families, lots of 1 and 2 person residences and that sort of thing. So when we talk about sustainability, and it's something the chief and his team are really aware of and really sensitive to, is that we recognize that what we're talking about does have implications for real people in our communities. So we don't do this lightly, and I wanted you to understand and recognize that we see that. We're aware of that. This isn't at all cost. This is to achieve some reasonable minimum service levels that will serve the community effectively at where we think is a reasonable balance point between the two. So, in terms of recommendations, under governance, what we've identified is that your bylaw is old. It hasn't been touched since the 80s, 90s, 80s, the 80s. So it predates career staff, which is kind of funny when you think about it. But you're also lacking a service level policy. What do you want your fire department to deliver? Because at the end of the day, the stuff that you choose for them, that you approve for them to deliver, you must fund and resource. Budget comes from service levels. So there's a real important conversation that needs to happen at a governance, at a corporate level, to sort out what are the services that we have to deliver? What are the threats that are out there that we can't cover? And then how do we do that? So it's a really important discussion. We think that Maple Ridge should make application for accreditation. Whether or not the city chooses to go full-fledged all the way through the accreditation process or not, the application process is incredibly inexpensive, but it opens up all sorts of really interesting business planning and contact doors, so that you're able to start to take advantage of some of those whilst you're growing your organization to be able to fully engage in that. And if you don't make it, if you don't choose to do it in the first year, you can renew it and go through a second cycle but we think that it's a really good next step for an organization, for the organization to go through. The other piece that we're recommending is that there needs to be an emergency preparedness or emergency program policy group. So that's the senior administration leadership, city manager and his team. The fact of the matter is, if you work for the city of Maple Ridge, participating in the city's emergency preparedness program and emergency management response is not a volunteer opportunity. It's not. Check the act for sure. I just looked at it the other day. It's not a volunteer opportunity. It's a mandatory part of everybody's job. And frankly, your political, as mayor and council, you own an awful lot of that responsibility, and it needs to be properly administered so that you've got the right people doing the right thing corporately. because it touches on everything from business continuity and resumption to, to as you're, seeing the complexity of getting donations from the public to those in need. In terms of people, we're recommending an updated organizational chart that kind of improves that alignment, looks a little bit more like that function chart. They're short on senior management positions. I'm less interested in getting into the detail of that, but there needs to be a sufficient breadth so that those senior managers or senior leaders are senior leading. That they're developing those cross-corporation, cross-region, cross-city relationships that are absolutely essential to maintain an effective, efficient, well-positioned organization to move forward. The other piece of this is that, out of respect for our unionized firefighters, it's really important that the functions of the fire department are in alignment with the collective agreement, that we respect that very important relationship document, and you do that through really a solid understanding of how your organization functions, the areas of responsibility and all that sort of stuff. We're recommending that the senior leadership team be expanded because right now there's not enough horsepower to do the things that need to be done over the next 2 or 3 or 4 years of the department's development. So there needs to be a new chief officer at the senior ranks, but there also needs to be 2 assistant chiefs of operations. Right now, you've got an AC of ops, which is kind of the mid layer. You've got 2 of them, so they're responsible for 2 shifts of staff. That makes no sense at all. You've got a significant body of people that are underrepresented at the management table. That needs to happen. Suppression. I want everybody to really understand this. We are not talking about topping you up to where you need to be today. We're talking about topping you up to what is a reasonable compromise level, where your staffing requirements are for a minimum available staff. We've targeted a moderate to moderately high level of capability that could look after the occupied apartment building that was in the fire on the weekend, not the conflagration building, the occupied one, and what you would expect for a fire in that building. That's 26 firefighters on shift at any given time. You're currently at 11. We don't have solid numbers on the availability of paid on-call firefighters, and we're recommending that there's a project in there to do that assessment and come back. So what we're suggesting in the short term is that you mean to move from your 11 to a minimum of 16, which is the number of firefighters required to deal with a single family, a traditional suburban single family dwelling type fire, that level of emergency, while some of this other stuff happens and we start to build out, what the longer term plans look like. So this is about dealing with your immediate needs and building from there. Oop. Geez, where to go? How do you make it go back?
Would you like me to go back?
Yes, please. Apparently, if you just keep hitting the button, it just keeps going. Yes, sorry. So, and then the study of the paid on call capabilities, this is not a multi-year study. The material is there, the information is there. The chiefs have been working diligently on it. We're just not quite ready to definitively say this is what this package looks like. So there's another 6 months of effort that needs to go before that material can come forward with a high degree of confidence that you'll need. Right now you have two assistant chiefs that are trying to deliver a prevention program, and they're overwhelmed. They're also responsible for providing support to the paid on call firefighters. That needs to go back to suppression with those 2 additional ACs. The prevention needs to be realigned under a single assistant chief. So it's a little more consistent with the management structure. And over the next couple of years, move from no inspectors to 4 of them. It's really important that you're out in your community. You've got construction sites all over the city that need the guidance and support to ensure that there's safe operations, that they've got proper planning processes in place, that they're The homeless shelters need to be inspected. There's a whole wide range of things. And oh, by the way, there's legislation that says you must inspect on a reasonable interval all public buildings within your jurisdiction. So there's a legislative reason to have this capability. Your emergency program, and this is not a criticism of the one third of a person that has been assigned to that role and function. Your city of nearly 100,000 people with a very complex planning and emergency preparedness program needs to be resourced. I would argue that you need to put a policy group in place to figure out what that resourcing looks like. I know what I think you need, but at the end of the day, I don't know about the capacity across the organization and where you may be able to pull resources. But the fact of the matter is that the fire department shouldn't be out begging people to participate in a program that is a mandatory critical, as we saw on the weekend, mandatory critical function of the city's operations. Distribution. This is what happens when you build along two highway corridors. You end up with all of your development for years and years and years stretching out along those roadways, and your fire halls are a pretty straight line. It's kind of a unique layout in my experience. So you've got 4 fire halls that are trekked out across the city. The eastern one, the one on your right, is Station 2. That's paid on call station. We would anticipate that will remain unchanged for the foreseeable future. But you've got exposed risk north of the Alouette River that needs to be developed. It was identified in 2003 in the original master plan. It's been identified in subsequent external reviews, fire underwriter survey and the like. The reality is it needs to be addressed. However, we're not necessarily saying that the north of Alouette neighborhoods needs to be north of the Alouette River. We know that there's a need for a bridge, a much improved access. There may be opportunities to leverage multiple projects together. Because if you build one in Silver Valley, you're probably still going to need one further east, right? Whereas if you're able to capitalize on a design, land acquisition, that sort of stuff, you may be able to eliminate one of those fire halls, which translates into large capital dollars, but huge operational savings. Station 2, being a paid on call fire station, there's a real need to monitor that. If you're going to put a large industrial subdivision in its response area, what impact does that have on the fire department? It speaks to the inclusion of the fire service in all levels of development planning. This is not about fire guys sticking a stick through the spokes of development. It's about making sure that we understand all of the implications of development so they can be planned and included in the process, rather than, oh, surprise, you've built this unsustainable area that we can't protect and it's going to cost you $30 million to fix it. We shouldn't get to those places. And that's just about conversation and proper structures and systems. Integration. We've talked a little bit about integration. We see the emergency program is probably quite well located in the fire service. I mean, frankly, most of the major emergency events that you're going to hit are going to be led by them, or their experience in command and control and guiding through difficult situations is critical. They can do that, but it really is a corporate function, business continuity and business resumption. They're really not going to care that there's all sorts of problems with the sewer line or the water line, and that's why they can't wash their clothes or have a shower in the morning. Want it fixed. You know, we need to have the systems that are going to explain how we're going to do that. The plans need to be broad city participation, and then there needs to be staffing for the coordination and planning elements of this. There's nothing worse than taking a bunch of really good employees, throwing them into a really crummy situation with no training. The fact of the matter is they're doing the work now. We just have to help them understand how that relates to the work that we need them to do, focused on a major community problem. Integration into city process. I've talked a little bit about that. So integrated efforts. But there really needs to be a lot of collaboration. It was funny, we were, and this is not poking anything negative at anybody. Everybody's very proud of the integration between the fire department and development services. They've worked out really good systems. The plans, reviews, and stuff like that move through at an acceptable pace, and they recognize the importance of customer service and all of that. But we find out that is the only real conversation. The stuff about, so we're talking about a transit corridor development that's going to shape the future of the city for the next 30 or 40 years, forever. And there's very little talk about, so what are the implications for fire protection in this? How does that change the positioning of our fire halls? Can you protect what we're proposing and what we've now just approved? Now, the good news is it's been broadly and widely talked about, so that there's a bunch, but it does speak to the need to have those conversations at the very earliest phases, so that's integrated right into the heart and soul of the project. And in mutual dependence, I think that organizational charts that don't show the little lateral arrows between the silos are doomed to fail. I guarantee you everybody will get hyper busy in their silo. They'll be working their hearts out to achieve their goals. The first thing that goes away is those lateral relationships. So then there needs to be documented service sharing opportunities within the organization that speaks to the coordination of that. Finally, continuous improvement, measure, report, update, and accreditation will feed into this. I honestly don't care that you go to 9,000 calls a year. I really don't care. What I care about is how well did you do? Did you make a difference? Did you hit our performance expectations? I had a very good friend in a community I used to work in, and he would do about 600 public building inspections in 3 days. He had a week that he did them all in, 2 days to do the inspections and 3 days to do the write-up. Awesome. Check mark. We accomplished our objective. Did you really? Was there any quality to that? Did it in fact actually involve delivering the work that we thought was being done? Not a chance. So it's really important is that we're measuring the right things. We're reporting on the right things. We're talking about the performance of the system so that you get to see the trends that are developing over time. And then we have a conversation about, so what's the inflection point where we're going to need to actually make an investment? Do we build a fire hall in a proposed development area 50 years ahead of time once the subdivision is approved? Do we do it at the 50% build out? Do we wait for the whole thing to be built? I don't know. Those are questions of service standards that need to be had, and the data can fill that in. And having a consistently agreed upon structure and definition and collection methodology and all of those good things, that's what accreditation is super good at. So you can have absolute confidence the material is not being manipulated or changed. It's factual and reflects a long-term view of the world. So in conclusion, we believe that a master plan should be flexible and readily updated. Anybody that tells you that they can forecast what's going to happen 10 years in advance, I'm not him. I can tell you, I don't know. That's probably the best forecast. But what I can tell you is that a flexible master plan with that is anchored to really good council guidance, council policy statements, with recommendations that can come off the shelf and be replaced with something else to reflect ongoing changes in the world. I can tell you that we can keep that master plan alive through multiple councils, through multiple administrations, and through very much anything that you could visualize as impacting community. I can't overstress the importance of continuing the ongoing data and reporting pieces to this. This is not about the propaganda document that you get with the glitzy pictures and we're awesome and pretty fire trucks and hanging out with the kids and all that. That's an important thing because people do need to see that their organizations are performing and are community oriented and engaged. This is the 2 pages of data that says, here's the trend lines. This is the corporate dashboard where you hop in and you say, ooh, they're struggling a little bit. Wow, that dispatch interval is growing. Because it affects service standards that you've approved. Wait a minute, we're not getting the numbers of folks out that we thought we were going to get out. What's happening? And it gives you the opportunity to have a conversation with the CAO about, so are we worried about this? What's happening? Has anybody else noticed it? So it's really important. The community risk assessment is the other side of this. That needs to be updated desperately. We've taken a good lash at that in our work, but that needs to be an ongoing and an annual event where it's updated routinely to reflect it. Just the pace of change is incredible. And I recognize, that in terms of the staffing asks that we've identified, it's a steep lift. There's no question. We're not 40 years in the business and 25 years in senior management roles in forming council. There's no question it's difficult. And I know this doesn't make any difference to Maple Ridge, but this is something that your peers are all struggling with as well, and being forced to make some really difficult decisions in terms of staffing levels, many of whom have a very similar staffing model to yours. My only promise is that if the recommendations regarding reporting and data analysis and all of that are maintained, that future surprises should be few and more related to surprise we had a fire, surprise we had a rainstorm and a flood event, right? But, well, that's all right. It wasn't really a surprise. We were planned for that, and here's how we're responding. So thank you for your time and attention. I'm open to questions or.
Thank you very much. There'll be a pop quiz coming up on this whole presentation. Clearly, there's a lot to digest. So just to try and put it into context for council, Mr. Havlick-Windsor, can you just explain the process of what we're looking at right now?
Sure. Through the chair to council, this item is here for information. It is slated to go to the committee of whole on July 18th and then potentially onwards to council on July 25th. So today's the opportunity to ask questions on this item.
Okay. And just for further context, I know there's a lot of budget questions in here, and I don't know if that's something we should be hung up on right now. Could you maybe explain that, Mr. Lebon?
I would be happy to. So once the plan is approved by council, obviously that will give us some time administratively to then take the plan and then begin to build a financial model along with finance and the rest of our directors and our team to basically bring forward to council as part of the 2024 business plan and beyond. So at this point in time, Mr. Mayor, what I would encourage council to do is just simply start asking Ernie and Fire Chief Dopp questions that you have that immediately come to mind based on the presentation, knowing that it will be coming back to council for 2 more opportunities. And then as well, in addition to that, part of the business planning process for 2024. So hope that helps.
Thank you very much. So there is no motion. This is informational. So I will open it up for questions. Councillor Duick, followed by Councillor Schiller, followed by Councillor Youssef.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. There was a lot of great information there. As somebody that was here in 2003, I was really an honor to be able to support that first composite fire master plan because, as you have indicated, it was a bold step that needed to be taken. Could we have gone further at the time? Probably, but it was based on recommendations of the day. And I really appreciate what you're saying. 20 years later, how can we forecast even 10 years moving forward? So I think the main point that I take is the fact that we need to make sure our master plans are updated and reviewed on a regular basis versus a 20-year window, because that's how you end up in the situation where we're in now. All great recommendations. I guess one of my questions is just to follow up with staff. So when you say it's coming to committee of the whole, there will be a bunch of recommendations as outlined in the master plan, of which the business planning side will be direct staff to look at how do we implement that? Because I mean, how do we approve it if we don't know the financial impact?
Mr. LeBon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Councillor Duick's question. So essentially, you'll be getting the entire plan, the next touch point that we have with council on this. And from there, I would look to the fire chief to provide some additional details as far as how we will begin to put some kind of an implementation plan together. Councillor Duick, I think it's probably best if the chief responds to that one.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. LeBon, and through the chair to Councillor Duick. Yes, the next steps are going to be to determine an implementation plan of this. Mr. Polson spoke to some significant lifts and improvements to the department, but understanding full well that we have to be able to fund this in a sustainable way. To that end, we will be sitting down with the finance department and prioritizing what pieces we need in the short and medium terms, and being able to put numbers to that. Those numbers may not be fully understood at the time that we get to COW, but they certainly will have some broad understanding of those pieces. And eventually they will inform as we get into business planning cycles through 2024 and beyond.
And just to build on the fire chief's response, Councillor Duick, if I can jump in for a second. Obviously, as council is well aware, we have a number of other organizational needs that we need to balance in addition to just our fire services needs. So this is where, if I was to channel Mr. Hartman for a second, I would say that this is where this is going to be more art than science, where we're going to have to put all of our master plans with Mr. Lifshiz's help and support. And I know this has been top of mind for council this term, especially where we need to put all of our master plans on the table, and we need to begin to look at how we begin to implement all of these different pieces, recognizing as Ernie's indicated, it is a fairly substantial lift just on the fire services side, let alone the infrastructure required on the PRC side, or even the infrastructure required on Mr. Smith's part as well. So there's going to be some significant amount of work coming up here, and it'll be led by Mr. Lifshiz with regards to putting all of our options and all of our funding needs on the table, and then beginning to develop a financial plan. And it probably, Mr. Thompson probably shivers when I say this, but it will be up to him to essentially work with us to figure out how the best way to move forward is from a financial perspective to be able to do all of this work. Right.
Thank you. Because I know with the 2003, we had a line item that talked about the plan. So, that may be a way, or it may, I'm not sure. So I think we as a council have to have all that information. And then, as you say, when you're looking at the recommendation of moving from 11 to 16, what does that look like? Increasing a couple of assistant fire chiefs, all of those things. At the end of the day, we have WorkSafe legislation that we have to comply with. The fact that 30, 40 years ago, we were able to do it with paid on call. That was because 30, 40 years ago, we didn't have the traffic demands that we have now. We had people that were able to work in our community and be volunteers. Because I even remember in 2003, a couple of very vocal people, well, I was a volunteer firefighter and we had no problem protecting the community. The challenge is that was all well and good 30, 40 years ago. But today's world is different because a lot of people work outside of the community. They don't have jobs or businesses that they can take time away from to be that paid on call during the day. Afternoons and weekends, it was a little bit easier, but so it is something that we have to take very seriously. And I look forward to that next discussion. The emergency preparedness program. We used to have a really phenomenal program, and this isn't pointing fingers at anybody. So staff at City Hall, everyone was involved in different roles. And when I worked at the school district, I was part of it as the manager of health and safety and emergency preparedness for the school district. So we definitely need to make sure that we make that a priority, and what that looks like. I look forward to those recommendations, because this past weekend is a classic example. I actually had the superintendent reach out to me. Where do I go? What do I do? Because he was worried about the staff at the school, at the apartment, not the staff, pardon me, the students that may be affected in the fire. So I I said, well, go to the Greg Moore Youth Center because, I didn't want to reach out to anybody at the time, and that's what he did. So I think it's important that we really put an emphasis on that. And I know the CAO is all over that as well. And it's just a matter of over time, we've had changing in positions and directions. And so I think it's important we listen to the fire chief and his recommendations on that too, because it is, this past weekend is a classic example of why it's important. And residents look to us to make sure that they're safe, even though the big part of the emergency program is people need to also understand in a catastrophic event like a fire, like major wildfire or flood, you have to make sure you're looked after yourself and protect your family. So you can't just look to the city to do everything, because the city can't do everything. We have a role to play, but sometimes you're not able to do everything. And I think that message needs to get out, but really appreciate the report. It was no shortage of direction and recommendations, and it's going to be not an easy decision, but a necessary discussion that we all have to have. And the most important piece is make sure that we're being flexible and we're updating that program on a regular basis, no different than any of our other master plans and our policies that are some going back to 1998. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to Councillor Schiller, please.
Thank you. And yeah, that was a really informative presentation on a very complex topic. So thank you for that. One thing I wanted to ask you about were sort of best practices for fire departments around ensuring the health of our firefighters. And I feel like my sense is there is a growing, recognition of some of the physical and mental health impacts on firefighters from maybe 30 years ago, that there's more recognition. So I'm just trying to understand sort of who determines like what health benefits are available to firefighters in our community. Is that like through the collective agreement with the union, or another sort of area that comes from?
So I'm not going to get too deep into that. I may leave that for the chief, but everybody has a role. Some of it's within your collective agreement and your healthcare stuff. Some of it's work safe requirements that you need to provide for the physical and mental well-being of your staff, period. And so critical intervention supports all sorts of different things. Chief, you'd probably better closer to that.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Polson. To build on your response, there are legislative requirements as it relates to health and wellness. Certainly, WorkSafe BC is the governing body that dictates a lot of those elements. They also have presumptive legislation that they've enacted as it relates to occupational injuries relating to firefighting. In addition, beyond that, we have a robust health and safety program within the fire department itself, as it relates to our ability to respond to different stressors that we're exposed to. We also have, through collective bargaining, and we do have supports that are extended to staff that are available to them through their extended benefit programs, and those benefits are form part of the collective bargaining process.
Thank you. The other thing I wanted to ask about, you mentioned the significance of the medical related calls and how sort of those trends have changed over the years. And can you just give me a sort of a simple explanation of how the ambulance service and the fire department work to respond to that type of call?
So BC Ambulance has produced a protocol, a deployment protocol. Fire departments don't get called to, I bumped my knee, I've got a sore finger type calls. They're only called out to high acuity calls. So those calls where there's significant risk to health or to life. And those calls are the biggest category of growth right now for fire department. I'm not going to speak for the operations group, but my experience across the board is that in the field, the interaction between the medics and the firefighters is well respected by both parties and works extremely well. and is frankly is enjoyed by both. So.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Youssef, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Just to quickly build on that last point, I actually had a question about that as well. When responding to medical incidents, especially vis-a-vis paramedics, where does the integration of service or where is that line where a firefighter has to stop what they're doing and then turn the patient over to a paramedic? And how can we as the city better streamline that process and have that line, if you will, blurred a little more in order for firefighters to be able to provide some of that medical coverage or service that would be otherwise left to paramedics?
It's entirely dependent on who's on scene and the level of training of the folks that are in the system. The idea behind the fire first response is firefighters, particularly career firefighters, are generally better positioned more consistently in the community to respond quickly. The paramedics, who knows where they're going to be? They could be at a hospital anywhere in the Lower Mainland, right? Or they could be at a distant part of the community. The firefighters are generally a little closer to their zone and can get there quickly, do initial stabilization while the advanced care gets, so that the handoff is well understood in the protocols and the deployment models. And it's no different than when the medics get to the hospital. There's a transition of care to that higher level of skills and ability in the healthcare facility.
Thank you for that. And through the chair, that was actually, would our department be interested in moving towards a more seamless integration rather than the current regime, if you will, where the paramedics and the firefighters each have their lane and each stays within it?
So the way the system works right now is the fire department maintains licenses that are provincially issued under the EMALB, the Emergency Medical Assistant Licensing Board. We are licensed to a first responder level. There are recent changes to the licensing protocol that allows us to be able to do a broader scope of work. We're in a bit of a transition period right now with the province between the legislative elements and then the training elements to be able to bring up those skill sets a little bit higher that our firefighters are be able to deliver. In order to bridge firefighters' capabilities into where paramedics would be a significant lift. And it involves being able to transport patients, being able to do some of those extraordinary levels of interventions that are required, and live within the delivery service of the BCEHS, Emergency Health Services. I'm confident at this point that the level of training that we have, as well as what's proposed to be coming within the first responder license is adequate to be able to provide those level of interventions to the citizens of Maple Ridge in an adequate way to ensure that we have positive patient outcomes until the such time as we can transfer patient care into the hands of BLS and advanced care paramedics in order for them to transport to hospital.
Thank you for that, Chief. And I look to your recommendation ultimately as to where you'd like to see the department positioned moving forward. Speaking to capacity and to resources, would one say that shoring up our numbers or building up the cadre that's needed would be better done through a professional workforce, or do we continue to work with the paid on call model of having both in order to get numbers to where we are? Recognizing, of course, as was mentioned in the presentation, that we continue to bring individuals on, they're trained, and then they're off to work for other municipalities.
So thank you for that. That's a good question. The composite staffing model has a future. There's no binary on-off requirement here. It needs to be better understood, and it needs to be continuously reassessed so that the scope of services, the balance of career and volunteer paid on call firefighters reflects the needs of the organization and the community. So it requires ongoing effort to monitor, measure, and report, and then periodic adjustments in the mix. Surrey is probably a really neat example because I mean, a city of 500,000 people then, They still had 2 paid on-call fire halls up until, not that many years ago. But what happened is they established performance metrics for these stations, and as the metrics changed, their zone of influence changed to reflect the capabilities and capacities. So I think that's not an unreasonable approach into the future.
Excellent. Thank you for that. And while we're on that topic, is there a particular, shall we say, ratio of firefighters to population that we should be aiming at? Or is it, as you mentioned, to do more with the performance of each fire station?
There's all sorts of metrics that tie numbers of firefighters to numbers of fire halls or number of people. The problem with them is they don't really act. They're more accurate on a large population like a Vancouver or Surrey or the like, and they're less effective here. The reality is that you require a minimum number of firefighters to do specific tasks. So the best metric is to take a look at where the data takes you in terms of what's our number of calls, what's our performance look like, where do we need to have resources to achieve an improvement of our service performance, service delivery performance. Your cost per capita and your number of firefighters per 1,000 or per 100,000 will necessarily be higher than a Vancouver, for instance, because you just don't have the depth of organization to be able to switch it back and forth across the city as you need to meet demands and peak loading.
Thank you for that. And I'll close out, Mr. Chair, by making some comments to the risk that we face through transportation with cargo trains going through our municipality. The flood risk that we face with the North Alouette, and the possibility of having to evacuate livestock, as was mentioned a few months ago. As well, looking toward the future, I can, being a layman myself and not a professional in this field, I can easily see requirement for at least 2 more fire halls in the short term, at least. And of course, having heard that we do need to regularly carry out the inspection of public buildings. I hope that moving forward, that the bylaw or the legislation will have particular intervals spelled out, and will have a much more particular, if you will, regime of going through and inspecting those buildings, rather than leaving it vague to a reasonable interval. I'd much rather see a timeline that's spelled out, so that way we can be accountable to the public and we can have those regular check-ins, especially when it comes to public buildings. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my comments and questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Paulson, for that presentation. It was very informative. I have no questions as I try to digest the large amount of material that you just presented to us. My comment is that what I took away from this presentation is that there is much I know about the fire department, but all the things that you do, and that the fire department, as you put it, to articulately put it, is not just fire trucks. It is a whole range of a very complex organization. And when I look at the capacity, the staffing standards that you are asking us to lift the fire department to, I acknowledge that. I acknowledge also and say like how much the fire department does with really not the resources that you would think that they would have, but we still managed to do so much. So I want to thank you for that presentation, for enlightening me.
Thank you. Seeing no further comments or questions, thank you very much for your presentation. Clearly, there's a lot for us to digest, and we'll be looking forward to having further discussions at Committee of the Whole and moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we're going to move on. Just so we all know, we do have lunch coming. And by lunch, I mean pizza. It's the easiest thing. Okay, so Mr. Havlack Windsor, what's next up?
Thank you, sir. The next item on the agenda is item 5.2, which is the UBCM Extreme Temperature Risk Mapping Assessment and Planning Program. And we do have a staff presentation, but no slides.
No slides? No slides.
Thank you. So I can speak to this really quickly. This is a UBCM grant that extends towards extreme temperature risk mapping. This is a grant that's available to us to order of magnitude of $30,000. We believe that the overall project for this will range into about $100,000, and the delta in funding is being supported through gaming contributions. This is a continuation of work that the emergency management program continues to do in order to get a better understanding of the risks that the city is exposed to with recent heat domes and cold snaps that we've had. These swings are starting to be getting wider, and this will help us to get a better understanding of those influences.
Thank you. This is a recommendation. Can I get a motion to move this, please? Moved by Councillor Youssef, seconded by Councillor Carreras. Questions, comments? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? It is unanimous. Motion has been carried. Thank you very much, sir. You're going to move on to item 5.3, Mr. Havlik-Windsor.
Thank you, sir. The next item is the development application review process, and we do have a slide deck for this one. So if I can get Mr. Goddard to come up.
Good afternoon, Council. I would like to introduce this item to you this afternoon. This is the first of a number of items we're bringing forward to you in regards to the departmental services review function that occurred not that long ago. This is looking at about 6 or 8 or 10 items that we're making changes proposed to how we do our business in the department. Our senior planner, Parissa Chavezadeh, will be here, and she is going to give you the detailed presentation, and we'll be here to answer questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This presentation, as Chuck mentioned, is for development application review process and include a number of recommendations to improve our review processes. The purpose of this review has been to streamline our application review process to basically be more efficient and effective with our review process, and by eliminating the unnecessarily redundancy and unnecessary gap in our review process, and reducing our development application processing time and getting more project into the finish line, which result in construction of more development project, including housing construction, which at the end will improve our economic growth and employment generation. Just to provide a little bit of background information on how this review has been started, back in September 2019, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing released the final report from the province-wide stakeholder consultation regarding the application review process. The purpose of this review has been to identify challenges and opportunities in the current development review process and approval, to help municipalities to eliminate the barriers towards the construction of housing, especially affordable housing. Among those challenges and opportunities, local government development process was one of the high priority items, which encouraged municipalities to improve efficiency and effectiveness of their development application review process. Following the province's initiatives, the City of Maple Ridge City Council, as well as city leadership, commissioned an independent review of the development services function. Nielsen Strategy was selected as a consultant, and the final report was prepared in November 2022. The report provided a number of recommendations in many different various areas, including improving development application review process. The recommendation that was provided was to basically combine first and second reading in line with other Metro Vancouver municipalities' best practices. In doing so, the staff would be able to receive a complete application, including all the development application, as well as the required technical assessment and analysis prior to presenting the report to council for first reading. But what is that that our current rezoning application process seems to be ineffective? Back in 2009, council approved a recommendation of a report that basically allowed a rezoning application to proceed to first reading prior to receipt of a complete application and all the associated technical analysis and the report. The purpose of these changes was to address some of the concern from a small group of developers that were concerned about the costs associated with the technical analysis and the report and the difficulty they had in getting preliminary financing from the lending institution prior to first reading. These changes was also intended to kind of provide the opportunity for council to gauge their support for the application prior to first reading and provide some preliminary comment prior to staff reviewing the comprehensive application. So as part of this current rezoning application process, at the time of application intake, the required technical review and analysis are really minimal, and the applicant is only required to provide basic information, including a written statement describing the proposal, how it meets the OCP and the policy, and some preliminary site plan that describe the proposal, how it meets the zoning bylaw requirement and the design guideline. After receipt of this preliminary application, basically, the staff prepared the first reading, which is kind of determined to be the review and assessment of the land use implication of the proposal. At the first reading, council may determine to grant the first reading, deny the application, or defer it back to staff. After the first reading is granted, basically the applicant has 1 full year to provide a complete application that include all the associated development applications, such as development variance permit, development permit, or OCP amendment, as well as all the technical analysis reports and studies. When a complete application is submitted, that's the time that file manager and planning department circulate this to all other internal department and external agencies for their reviews. When all the studies, assessment, and the plan is kind of finalized and revised to get the kind of approval in principle. If the application involves a DP for form and character, then the architectural and landscape drawing would be submitted to advisory design panel for the review. If the applicant is also requested or required to have development information meeting, all these steps needs to be undertaken at this step of the process. When all these steps are undertaken, staff prepare the second reading report for council consideration. And if council grants second reading, the application will be presented to public hearing and subsequently may grant third reading. After the third reading, basically the applicant has 18 months to meet all the rezoning requirement, including completion of all the detailed servicing, all the legal document, and basically all the rezoning requirement in order to proceed to final adoption. This current process provides an opportunity for a staff to kind of recommend some alternative process for some of the really large scale development application that involves larger area of land, multiple phases, sites, and land uses. Back in 2022, a staff realized the significant value of initial review of the proposal before the applicants submit their application. And that was when we introduced pre-application to our process. That basically allows the staff to review the proposal initially before submission of a complete rezoning application and identify some of the issues and concerns that we might have or any inconsistency with the OCP or the zoning bylaw. And we will discuss it preliminary with the applicant, so they understand the process, the timeline, all the requirement, and what they need to submit in order to make their application. While this process has been in use in the last decade or so, and a lot of developers are in favor of this process, there are significant issues with our current process. One of them is increased application processing time. Generally, Maple Ridge has a longer application processing time compared to other Metro Vancouver municipalities. And a big part of it is our process that allows the applicant to submit their complete application 1 year after the first reading is granted. The required staff time to draft the report presentation and do the land use assessment for the purpose of first reading is also adding to the general longer processing time. And the other issue is inadequate technical information at the first reading. As part of this current process, the goal was for council to provide some comment and consider the merit of the application from the land use perspective implication. Without providing a complete information about the environmental servicing, transportation, community planning, and any possible and potential impact of the development on the community. This limited information generally does not give council a clear understanding of what has been proposed or what would be the implication and the impact of the proposal on the city and the servicing and the community. Review of all the rezoning application in the last 10 years indicated that none of this rezoning application has been denied by council at first reading, which indicate that the intent of this change in the process has not been effective anymore. The other issue is inefficient use of a staff time. Under the current process, a staff spends significant amount of time to prepare the report and presentation for first reading, which is only introducing the land use implication of the proposal. Under the development procedure bylaw, if the applicant does not provide a complete application within 10 months after first reading, the staff are required to send a notification, notify the applicant, and if they don't submit their application, the file will be closed. We had many cases that staff had to close the file because complete application hasn't been received, which contribute to waste of a staff time and increasing the overall processing time. In general, the time a staff required to receive, review, and process the initial application, as well as the complete application, all the administrative tasks and communication generally consume significant amount of staff time that can be better utilized if we amend our process, and the staff can spend that time to actually start and initiate a technical review of the proposal and being more efficient and effective with the review process. The other issue with our current process, increasing associated costs and uncertainty for developer. Generally, increased processing time will have a negative impact on the costs associated for the development. For example, increased servicing, development cost charges, financing, construction costs, and increases the risk of delay or cancellation of the project and infeasibility of the project. And the last but not the least is that the possible misuse of the process. Unfortunately, our process provides a great opportunity for land speculation and allows the developers to use the first grant of the first reading as a sign of council support to enhance marketability of their development project if the initial goal has been just for investment and not for construction. Considering all these issues that are associated with our current process, as well as the recommendation in the Nielsen report that's suggesting that we change our process and start receiving a complete application prior to first reading, as well as review of other municipalities' best practices that basically follow the same kind of proposed process. And the most importantly, our provincial mandate to meet our housing target. Staff are requesting council to consider the proposed rezoning application process to generally reduce the application processing time and better use and having a more efficient and better use of a staff time, and allowing a staff to provide a clear direction on the process and requirement at the application intake and being able to bring more application to the finish line in a really reasonable and timely manner. In doing so, this will be a schematic diagram of the proposed rezoning application processing. Under this process, as we are doing today, there would be significant emphasis on the pre-application meeting. That would be a situation that a staff will look at the preliminary plan and the proposal in much more detail and provide all the detailed information about what would be the process, what would be the requirement, and that detailed information allow the applicant to run their pro forma and discuss and analyze the feasibility of the project and determine when is the right time for them to bring forward their application. When they submit their application, the expectation is that the application should be a complete application. So all the associated development applications such as DVP, DP, or OCP amendment, as well as all the technical analysis and report needs to be included in the application. After receiving the complete application, staff will circulate the submission to all internal department and external agencies for the reviews. And then when all those review has been completed and the comment has been addressed, we will be ready to submit the combined first and second reading report for council consideration. And if council grant first and second reading, then the application can proceed to public hearing and subsequently to third reading. And similar to our current process, after third reading, it would be time for the applicant to meet all the rezoning requirement. And when they are ready, they can proceed to final adoption. In addition to the proposed changes to our review process, we took a couple of more steps to improve our process. And one of them is reducing the 18-month time limit between third reading and final adoption to 12 months. And with 2 6-month extension that might be granted by the director. Under our current procedures bylaw, an applicant has 18 months after third reading to meet all the requirements with one-time 6-month extension. However, this will kind of delay the process significantly. Our goal is to kind of encourage the applicant to continue to work with the staff and external agencies on getting the project to final adoption as soon as possible. The Director of Planning still has the authority to kind of grant 2 extensions each for 6 months, but subject to the payment of extension fee, which is equal to around 50% of the application fees. And as I mentioned, this is all to encourage the applicant to keep the ball rolling and continuously work with the staff instead of and avoid long period of inactivity. The other recommendation is possible closure of an application after 6 months of inactivity. Under the current development procedure bylaw, there is no time limitation between submission of a complete application and third reading. And in a lot of time, application continue for a really long time because of not receiving any information from the applicant for a long period of time. And unfortunately, because of lack of any requirement in our procedure bylaw, we are not able to close those applications. What we are proposing is that we will give them an applicant maximum 6 months of time frame in order to provide all the requested information. I have to note that because we are requiring a complete application early on in the process, the majority of information are provided, and the changes would be, generally speaking, to revise the drawing, revise the report, and it will not be significant. So 6-month time frame is not unreasonable for a lot of application. In addition, that the Director of Planning can also look at the situation, and if the delay, the 6-month delay or more than 6-month delay is due to complexity of the project or some other unpredictable issues, then there will be a possibility for extending that 6 months on a case-by-case basis. And the third recommendation would be including DVP and DP report in the rezoning first and second reading report, which I will explain a little more about the third recommendation. Under the current review process, when a rezoning application include development variance permit or development permit, generally staff prepare a separate report concurrent with the final adoption of the rezoning, with a recommendation that council authorize corporate officer to sign and seal the permit. This requires additional staff time to prepare the report, as well as notification for the development variance permit to notify the adjacent property owners. Under the new process, considering that the applicant is required to submit a complete application, the list of all the variances and the justification for the variances should be provided at the application intake. So when a staff are conducting a comprehensive review of the proposal for rezoning, they also have a chance to look at the variances and determine the supportability of those variances. In addition, all those applications that involve development permit and requires review by the advisory design panel, they all will be reviewed prior to sending the report for first reading. So this revised process allows the staff to include all the information regarding the requested variances, supportability of the requested variances, as well as justification for the DP design in the first and second reading report, and council will have a clear understanding of what has been proposed, what is the requested variances, what are the design criteria, and the same information will be provided to public hearing for public. This will save the staff a lot of time to send a separate report, as well as we will be able to combine the notification for DVP with the public notification for the public hearing. If council approves this approach and the recommendation, there will be some associated policy and bylaw amendment, including the development information meeting policy 620, as well as development sign policy 621 also needs to be amended in order to reflect the revised application review process. We are also providing a grandfathering option for all the rezoning application that has received prior to the proposed changes. That means that those rezoning application that has received prior to this change, they will be given 1 year time after the first reading in order to submit their complete application. The other changes is removing development application submission checklist from the development procedure bylaw. Under today's development procedure bylaw, we have a number of a schedule that list all the detailed submission checklists for different development application. Considering that we are going to have a pre-application for all application, we will have the opportunity to provide a complete list of what is required specific to every project. And because of this, there is no need to have this general checklist in our procedure bylaw. We will keep this information on our website for general information, but the goal is to be able to work with every single applicant on a specific project and basically direct them based on the nature of their proposal. And also this proposal include a number of housekeeping items to improve clarity of the development procedure bylaw to ensure that they are consistent with our current practices and other adopted bylaws. What is the next step after this conversation that today we have the council workshop? We will request council to grant first, second, and third reading to the development procedure bylaw amendment. And then we request council to authorize the staff to submit this report to external agency for consultation, Urban Development Institute, as well as the Home Builder Association, Vancouver. We will give them a couple of weeks to provide their comments, and following receipt of comments from the external agencies, we will bring forward a separate report with any comment that we have received, in addition to the request for final adoption of the development procedure bylaw. The recommendation that this report includes basically a staff bring forward the bylaw amending the Maple Ridge Development Procedure bylaw as discussed in the report and is attached to this report as Appendix A, which basically requires submission of a complete application prior to first reading, basically at the application intake, as well as requiring a pre-application meeting for all development application with the exception of minor development permit, minor development variance permit, and some of the simple 2-lot subdivision. This report also requests council to authorize the staff to bring forward amendment to development information meeting policy to inline the language with the proposed development review process. There will also be similar amendment to the language in the development sign policy, which will be brought forward in a future separate report. The other recommendation of the report is that the feedback be obtained from UDI as well as Haven regarding this proposal, and following receipt of their comments on this report, a separate report be prepared and brought forward for council consideration of fourth reading and final adoption. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We have some recommendations ahead of us. So can I get a motion, please, to move this? Moved by Councillor Youssef, seconded by Councillor Carreras, and speakers. Councillor Youssef, followed by Councillor Schiller, and then Councillor Duick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to staff for the report and presentation. It's quite refreshing to see this come before us, and of course, based on the Nielsen report, it's information that many of us have known all along, and I'm glad to see that we're now taking the concrete steps to make it happen and expedite our application process. Through the chair, just a couple of quick questions. While we're talking about the 6 months of inactivity for an application that would then become nullified, will there be a prior notice that's provided to an applicant, for example, to say you're approaching the 6 months deadline of inactivity, we will proceed to waive your application if no action is being taken by such and such date?
To Mr. Chair, absolutely. When there will be always notification to the applicant, we will send basically the first letter, including all those revisions and requirement that needs to be provided, with reminder throughout the process, even at the beginning of the process, that the 6 months inactivity period will be applied to, during the whole process. So while it will be reminded during the whole process, if we don't receive this information close to the 6 month timeline, we will send another notification to remind them that we are getting close. And if they are not able to meet the 6 month deadline, they need to kind of provide us with some information as why, what is the reason? Because our goal from putting this 6 month timeline is to kind of encourage the applicant to keep working on their application. Sometimes there are reasons beyond, their responsibilities or their control. Like, getting approval from senior government agencies, or the consultant, or, have delay in providing those information. For if the delay is due to these type of issues that are out of their control, definitely there will be some flexibility. But if we don't receive any response after the final notification, or it just simply shows that the applicant is not interested to continue this project, there will be an opportunity for the director to determine to close the file.
Thank you for that. And my second question through the chair is, as we're going through this process now of expediting our application process, are we also providing a digital platform or some sort of transparency mechanism for applicants to be able to follow their application through the process and possibly see whether the onus is on the applicant or on the city for the next step to move forward?
Very good question. Right now, the system that we have, the electronic system, Amanda, doesn't allow them to do that. In fact, it's even challenging for staff to use periodically to remind when these dates occur. The new city work system, which we're investigating, will provide us some greater flexibility for both applicants and staff, in fact, to kind of monitor where the work is and to show where date lines are and where the target dates are to be achieved. So this is a piece of that work to improve efficiencies generally in the city hall. But that work will be concluding hopefully in the end of this year or into early next spring. But that's certainly the necessity that we need. Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Goddard, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Those were my questions and comments. Very happy to see this body of work come forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to Councillor Schiller, please.
Thank you, Mayor Remy. Thank you so much to staff for that presentation. And I also am very excited to see this move forward. It does seem like a really solid piece of work, and I'm supportive of it. I do want to acknowledge that planning staff are going through a lot of changes right now, and there's a lot going on in terms of work being done to respond to some of the requests that are being made. So I just want to make sure that we are putting in place an opportunity to look at this. I mean, I think this represents some fairly significant changes. And I think we're not really going to know all the impacts of that until we're in it and we're doing it. So I want to make sure that we're, have an agreement that a year from now, we're going to look at this and get feedback from our staff on what the implications are. And I just want to make sure that we have that ability to collect that kind of feedback from staff. So that's just more of a comment for senior staff. And the only other thing I wanted to suggest was that in terms of communications, I think at some point as we're rolling this out, we want to be making sure that we're sort of sharing this with the public. Obviously, this is public itself, but just in a more easily digestible format, just so that the public's aware that these changes are underway. I mean, this type of issue about the way that the developments are processed is something that you hear about. And so I think it's important that we are letting the public know the work that we're doing to respond to that. Thank you.
To Mr. Chair, and absolutely in line with what you're suggesting, that in the last couple of months, as soon as we find out that we are allowed to bring forward this report, we started informing public and the developers and the applicant who attend the pre-application meeting. So we will, we started letting them know that we are changing our process. And if they are willing to kind of send their application, it will probably be subject to the new process depending on when they are going to submit. As soon as council receive this report today, hopefully, we will update our website by including this information on the website that we are changing our process. And then again, as I mentioned, that we have a 1-year grandfathering provision for all the applications that has been submitted in the past or until the procedure bylaw amendment will be adopted, which will be probably end of July. All those applications will be subject to the previous process, which they still have that 1-year timeline to submit their complete application.
Great, thank you.
And Councillor Schiller, sorry, Mr. Goddard, I'll let you go first.
Sure, thank you. Just to add to what Papa says is that we have also, typically we come back with a report on a status of how these changes are made a year from now. So we'll give you this. It is very true, Council, that we are in a very different point of time right now in our process and how things are coming. The province is changing the rules of the game higher than us, and these implemented changes are very new as well. So we will be making huge efforts to try and make sure applicants are aware of it and the public is aware of it. But it is really going to change the nature of our work and what you see, because first and second reading and the materials that will be submitted are significantly more than what are asked for now. So there will be some who will support this and there'll be some who are a little bit concerned about it, but we're maturing, we're growing. It's time to make some of these really significant changes in our processes to provide both you more information and to get serious on providing development. Thank you.
And where I was going to go, Councillor Schiller, is making sure that Mr. Lifshitz is making note. We've heard loud and clear from council that you want us being more proactive. You want us making sure that we're communicating, especially the successful things that we're doing as an organization. And this certainly speaks to the efficiencies, the red tape reductions. I mean, I could use a whole lot of words to describe how beneficial this work is, but know that we will ensure that once all of this is in place, that we are actively promoting this across our channels, both through economic development, through communications, through our planning department as well. So we will ensure that we will be communicating this across all of our channels to make sure that people are aware that, I hate to use the term because it's overused, and Mr. Westover knows how much I hate this too. But when we say we're open for business, effectively, this is what we're trying to do, is to improve our processes, become more efficient and more effective with what we're doing. And this is just sort of in line with all that. So anyways, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
And we're going to go to Councillor Duick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the report. I am going to support this. I think they're all really good recommendations. I do have to highlight, back in the day when we did go to the first reading, it was based on feedback from the development community. It was viewed at that time that there was potential for staff time being more efficient, but it was not intended to go to the degree it's gone to, which in the last few years, what we are seeing is people are using it as land speculation. So that was never the intention. The intention was to kind of provide some certainty on the land use aspect of it, which we knew at the time that meant we weren't going to get a lot of information up front. It was basically, as a counselor, can you accept this land use? And if you couldn't, you should have voted it down. And if you could, that signaled to the applicant, go forward, meet with staff, and proceed to the next stage.
You'll recall we were coming out of the 2008, 2009 kind of crisis, and that's, we were looking at ways to try and
Attract.
pump the well a bit. Yes.
Exactly. And that was exactly my point was, so I think this is another example. We always have to have a willingness to review our processes and our practices and our bylaws. And the reason is what happened in 2008 is quite different than today. So this is welcomed. I think everything in the report makes total sense. I'm happy to see we're still going to reach out and just to get some comments, because there may be a little bit of tweaking going on. But if our pre-application meeting is efficient and it provides them with everything they require, I think we're good. The issue I often hear is, I don't get upfront what I need. And then here we are at third reading and you're asking me to do X, Y, and Z. So if we can make that pre-application meeting better for everyone, it means the more efficient use of staff time, more efficient resources for the applicants, and overall, it means a benefit to the community. Because let's face it, whatever happens in the development means it should be a benefit to our community, or we shouldn't be going there. So I think it's all the recommendations are really good. I love the DVP, DP being at the same time as well, especially for the public hearing, because often we get after, well, I didn't know that piece. So, that's a challenge as well. And then the other is the case by case on the extension, because again, sometimes you get the odd situation where it appeared on the surface that the project was smooth, but as they got into the excavation or something, there's some challenges. And so I think that staff have to have that ability to say, you know what, we can extend it because you are actively working on the file. It's something that's outside of your control or staff's control. So really appreciate the work that went into this. I fully support it. And I think overall, it'll make it better for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carreras.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the report today. I too will be supporting this. I welcome a lot of the recommendations and how we can expedite and move a little faster through that building process. Happy to see first reading combined with second reading. Like Councillor Duick, in my very, very short time here, I've really seen how they get it through first reading, they flip it 3 or 4 times, make some money off of it, and then they don't actually ever build anything. And then 4 years later, they're trying to send something that is so different from where we were 4 years ago. So absolutely love that we're changing that. I look at this as sort of for me, a launching pad as to how we can further build better policy and better bylaws and better work, not only to expedite that housing, but to create a more sustainable and affordable options for the community. So I'm just signaling that I'm looking for more as we move forward, is how can we be better? I think there is a lot of work to do, and I look forward to that work. And just on a really, really small thing, is just a language piece for me. The word grandfathering, I wish we could just not use it, but if we are using it because it's the accepted term, if we can make it gender neutral, grandparenting, I do believe we have gender neutral language within our policy. It's a me thing. Anyhow, thank you.
We'll correct that for you. Just on your first point, I should say next July, we're aiming for introducing to you some more changes related to Bill 26. And this is the issues related to public hearings and other issues that, you could experiment with as well. Others are starting to do that. Again, it's a major step that could really change the way we do business. And we'll explain that all to you next month. But this is the first major step, and I'd call that the second major step. And then the rest of the stuff is kind of more minor in nature of the implementation of the process review. But those two things offer great opportunity to change the way we do business.
And just, sorry, one other thing I forgot is some reports after the fact is where we're doing. I would love to see, and maybe I just haven't been here a year to see that, is I think there needs to be an annual report where we're at, what we've approved, what's in building stage, what's actually being lived in. I think we need to, especially with the current bills and the provincial government looking for this, we have to be able to do a better job of telling our story as to how we're helping the housing crisis here. And I would love to see coming out of this, what's the result of this language change, and where are we actually in our approvals and build phase? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And also thanks, Councilor Carreras, for the point about gender neutral language. I think that's super important in this day and age. So thank you for that. I think it's moving our organization further along. Well, this is just peachy. I'm just in a good mood today. Well, thank you very much, planning department. I'm just such in a good mood. And I feel like this is a reflection of Councilor Eric said, like, you know, like the city was in a different place a few years ago, and now we're a different place now. I think this is a reflection of the corporation and our fantastic gangbusters planning department, just like making the changes necessary and like really bringing us up, like both modernizing our way we do things, and also like on another hand, like bring us just up to par with how other municipalities do things, so that we reestablish our place in this region as like a municipality that's like, first of all, just on par with everyone else at least, and then afterwards starting to lead with all the next actions that Councilor Carrera signaled that she's excited about, and I think like us as a table are excited about. So like, yes. Super happy for the clarity that this provides to the community. Like we saw last week with a newspaper article, there's a lot of that misinformation can circulate after first reading when there's not a lot of information about project. And I think people can get unnecessarily worried. So, and I think something like that with complete information before it gets to the council table and before it gets released to the public will provide so much more comfort to the public and understanding of where they are in the process. Just more information. I think information is power here. And I think another reason why I'm very happy for this is also clarity for developers, just to add on to what my other esteemed colleagues have said. I think so many developers have said that, they're so happy to work with rules and they want to play by the rules. And I think this helps us all be consistent and clear about what our expectations are for each other, like them of us and us of them. So super happy that we're also doing that systemic work to try and get a handle on speculation, which is super, super important. So super peachy. My one small point here is as we look at the external agencies that we're referring this to for feedback, I see the Urban Development Institute, which is fantastic, Haven, which is fantastic. And I think looking at the entire spectrum of housing, as we talked about during the housing summit, there are co-ops to the Co-op Housing Federation of BC that I think, and we also have the BC Nonprofit Housing Association, because we have for-profits well represented here, the Home Builders Association. But I think what we're missing here are the co-op voice is missing. I think the nonprofit voice is missing as well. And then one thing that I think we learned is incredibly important is also Indigenous housing providers. And, and everyone brings a unique lens. So I would love to see both this motion, those external agencies as well invited to comment on this, and also the other projects that we bring forward, that the entire housing spectrum is well represented, because everyone has a different voice and we need all of it. So yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't know if amendment is necessary. From your point of view of like including folks from like the Co-op Housing Reclamation and all that kind of stuff, or if staff got it.
No, because it's a council workshop and staff are taking notes throughout this. So your comments are being recorded. As far as that's correct?
Absolutely 10-4.
Perfect.
Excellent.
Oh, so yeah, I'd love to get those invitations. If folks are too busy to respond, then that's just fine. But just, that we put out that invitation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff.
So, Mr. Chair, we will definitely add those to the list of the consultation, and we will bring back all the comments if they provided in the future report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Chapasati.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just super brief, using Councillor Tan's super word of the day, super. I'm supporting this because this is one step that will help us advance our housing developments to where we need them. There's more work to be done, of course, but this is one of the biggest things that we can do. I believe that we can do to speed things up for us. So, seeing no further comments or questions, I will call the question. All those in favor? It is unanimous. Motion has been carried. At this point, we do have some fuel upstairs for everybody. Can I get a motion to recess, please? Moved by Councillor Carrera, seconded by Councillor Schiller. All those in favor? Motion has been passed. We will, half an hour? Do you want till 2 o'clock or half an hour? Yeah. Half hour. So it is now 1:23. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I hope lunch was yum yum. Can I get a motion to come out of recess, please? Moved by Councillor Schiller, seconded by Councillor Youssef. All those in favor? It is unanimous. Thank you very much. Mr. Havlick Windsor, where are we now on what do we have coming up?
Thank you, sir. The next item on the agenda is item 5.4, and that is the revision to single-family frontage requirements for building permit applications. And we have engineering presenting this, Ms. Olenberger.
Welcome.
Afternoon. Thank you. Afternoon, Mayor and Council. Similar to the item that was before you before the break, the elimination of the frontage improvements for single-family building permits is an item that was identified by staff during the recent development process review. The intent is to streamline development applications and reduce redevelopment costs in order to improve housing affordability. This change will be applicable to single-family rebuilds, in-suite suites, and detached garden suites. With this change, applicants will still be required to extend utility mains to unserviced sites. But this will, however, eliminate the requirement to provide curbs, gutters, sidewalks, streetlights, and street trees, and will eliminate the need for engineering referrals, which will result in a more efficient process. I don't have a presentation before you, but I'm here if you have any questions on the report before you.
Thank you very much. I think we probably will have questions. I will open it up to the floor for questions. Councillor Youssef.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to staff for the presentation. Again, a good piece and body of work that we're seeing come through that will undoubtedly help and expedite some of the processes and the permit application processes, more importantly, in order to get that housing that's much needed into our city and to facilitate much more so and be less of a regulator as a municipal government. Thanks again. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much. I should have done a motion first. So can I get a motion to move by Councillor Schiller, seconded by Councillor Youssef? Councillor Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for bringing this forward. I look forward to seeing this. My one question is around the single family rebuilds and the eliminating the improvements for those specifically. I'm supportive of the in-unit suites and the detached garden suites, so the housing affordability piece. They're using it as a mortgage helper piece, having multi-generational households, fantastic. For the single family rebuilds, like, so my interpretation of this and like, open to your enlightenment is, my understanding is the reason we're bringing this forward is then we can provide, the idea is more units, more efficiently that the community would come forward with that. Single family rebuilds, my understanding would be, it would be rebuilding just the single family and there would not necessarily be a new provision of new suites or new units. So I'm not sure, do staff see that? So that's the piece I'm seeing, but maybe I'm missing something there. Could staff through the mayor provide some clarity?
Yep, through the chair to Councillor Tam. I think what you're asking is if a house gets tear down or rebuild, would that new house have a basement suite or a detached garden suite also when it rebuilds?
Yes, I think what I'm trying to get at is that my understanding is that given we are bringing this forward, because although we would love new service connections and infrastructure just in general in our community, we understand that it comes at a price and that there are trade-offs associated with it. So particularly for in-unit suites and detached garden suites, where there is an additional benefit to the community of providing new suites to house more people, we are considering that's coming for council whether we think that not having those infrastructure upgrades would be worth it in order to sort of promote the provision of more streets through that channel. So my question specifically to single family rebuilds is that I'm not clear if waiving those requirements, infrastructure requirements for single family rebuilds, given that there's no, in my understanding, no guarantee of in-unit suites or detached garden suites, does that really help with the housing affordability piece?
And good question, and through the chair to Councillor Tam. My experience is rebuilds are increasing. They're mostly going with suites or detached garden suites, but you're right, there is no guarantee that the 3-bedroom home is going to be replaced with a 3-bedroom home with a suite in it. I guess it really comes down to a philosophical discussion of having the city take on those improvements with no guarantee on more suites being created, versus the developer paying for the development of those infrastructure items. But there is no guarantee that the rebuild will increase the housing, have a suite in it.
Thank you. Right. And so through the mayor again, that makes sense to me. And, there all households come in all types of configurations these days, just because it's a single family rebuild without necessarily separate suites doesn't mean that there's not, a good amount of people living in those bedrooms. And we, ultimately achieve that goal we want. I'm just, leaning sort of on our staff experts here, whether we can build something more into this that would sort of ensure that what I'm trying to avoid is single family rebuild, being a single family rebuild with no infrastructure added to community. And then it becomes like a, mansion with all these wonderful things that are more luxury upgrades as opposed to what we're trying to get at, which is housing affordability, and then also missing out on those infrastructure pieces. So really looking for staff insight here through the mayor.
Through the chair, I guess Rachel, what she's implying would be those that have suites would be given the benefit, and those that couldn't prove it at building permit would not be paying that benefit. So we'd have to look at provision. And these are charged at building permit stage?
Correct. When a building permit is treated like a development, so if there is no curb or gutter or sidewalk, they'd have to build those. Eliminating this would go towards a bit more of the affordability piece. Maybe not. It is the cost can be quite extensive to do frontage upgrades. So if you're tearing down a 50s rancher and replacing it with a brand new, 3-story house, that cost, those offsite costs can add up a lot, and it can be a barrier for a lot of builders or homeowners that just want to build a bigger house for their kids. Right now, there is no restrictions. We don't differentiate between whether you're going to rebuild as a replacement or rebuild with suite potential. So if that would be something that council wanted, we could take that back.
Thank you. I think that helps answer provides me more information. And I think that I don't think the goal is necessarily here to increase the amount of regulation and red tape around this. And I think that, so I'm sort of off to, I don't know enough about this. And this is just so generally my concern. And that when it does come back to us, I think at a council meeting, I'd love to sort of understand more information on it. And I certainly don't expect to have 100% clarity on this because, it's sort of this, all sorts of development happens in our community, but I think just to really make sure we zero in on that affordability piece and that us putting in policy doesn't necessarily create unintended outcomes. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing as how there's no other questions, I do have maybe it's a clarification. And when we say eliminate frontage improvements, what are we actually referring to here?
Good question. That would be just the curb, gutter, sidewalk, street lights, street trees. So right now, a lot of our streets don't have sidewalks.
Right.
And when a house gets rebuilt, we make them construct the sidewalk across their frontage. It would not be the services that are needed for the house. So if there's no storm sewer on the road, they would still have to bring the storm sewer because you can't build the house without that connection. Or if there's no water main, they happen to be on an old well. So this is just more of the surface treatment. So you wouldn't see sidewalks or the streetlights.
But
we still have decorative or lease lights on a lot of our streets that we lease from BC Hydro on power poles, but this would be the city-owned decorative street lighting.
So who would be responsible for those frontage improvements?
That would be on the city to build those as part of our, we would put that into our capital plan going forward for street improvements in the future.
So before this, can you walk me through, like, why would they be a part of the building permit application?
Well, we changed our subdivision servicing bylaw in 2016 that defined a development to also include building permits. So before that, you'd have to rezone or subdivide to get a street, to do the improvements on a street. But we included building permits so that if a old house was torn down and rebuilt, you would get that, the builder would basically, or the homeowner or the developer would then pay to put those in, just like a regular developer would if they were rezoning a site. But as mentioned, it can be at a significant cost to a homeowner or a builder to do that. So they would still have your basic services, water, sewer, and storm. They just wouldn't have that. I don't want to call it beautification, but the frontage improvements, that sidewalk or those street trees. And the city would come along later as target areas or through our capital program. So that money would be required. That would be a fall on the city, on the ratepayers, the taxpayers, to then fund that rather than the builders. And that's what I mentioned, philosophical, whether you make the development pay for development, which is the builder pay for those improvements, or it comes to the general tax base to improve later as part of our capital plans.
So in effect, the developer / owner was paying for this before, and now the city's going to pay for this.
If council supported this, correct, that's what would happen.
That's interesting. And if you can just help me understand I get that we're trying to make it a little bit more affordable. How did we come to this conclusion?
That it's more affordable?
No, that the city would then take over the responsibility of that.
Well, I mean, we have streets that don't have sidewalks on them now. They function well. It was something that the city desired. There are certain areas that are targeted in our capital plan already and through our transportation plans where we want to see connective sidewalks, pedestrian networks, multi-use paths. So we have those already targeted in some areas, either through the transportation plan or through our future capital plan. But it would be more the local roads. And again, it would be triggered by certain criteria that could be developed that we have. If there's a route to school, that might be a prominent area where we want to complete the sidewalk network, and we would put that in.
So my last follow-up question to that is, how will the city determine which ones they're actually going to move forward with?
Very good question. Currently, our strategic transportation plan does identify our key corridors when it comes to pedestrian networks, because sidewalk is the major one here. That's where we would probably give our priority for. They tend to be on school routes or walking routes. Those would be targeted. Depending on, sometimes we get interest from the public. There's always is our local area service program where residents, if they would like a sidewalk built on their street and there is no planned one, they can petition the city through our local area service program. Depends, we get different, I don't want to speak for the traffic department, but they do have certain criteria on one trigger for improvements. And that's how we would probably classify those projects.
I guess where my concern is if the responsibility is on us and somebody's building, and if we don't go in and put a sidewalk in, then there's nothing there. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And as they build now, you may have a house rebuild and then not another house rebuild for 5 years or 10 years. So to get a block completed can take some time, and we eventually will connect them as they build, and you'll see them going forward like that. So there's no guarantee that a neighborhood will have a sidewalk within a year or 5 or 10 years. Right now, it depends on the tear down rebuild rate of that housing area.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Counselor Doze. You're on mute. Yeah, we still can't. You're still on mute.
Councilor Dozier, try flipping the headphone down.
No, you're
We're
off
good.
now.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Nope, we can't hear you.
I'm not
Is
on
there
mute. I've
something
been
on our
unmuted
end?
here. I don't know what it
Hang
is.
in
anyways.
there.
Okay.
Hang in there.
Councillor Dozie, can you select different input? There could be a drop down that shows internal mic versus external mic.
I can't see that. You know what? I give
Is
up,
your
don't
headset
worry.
actually plugged in?
Yes, it is. I tested it before this, and you know what?
Patrick, is there a volume input or something in here? Trying to find it. No.
Just hang on, we're going through some stuff. Let's see. No. Or no. No, I can't unmute him.
Minimize that display at the top left.
Can you hear me now? Sure. Please go on. Go on.
While we're waiting for that, is there any other questions from the other counselors? Counselor Dewick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think I get where you're coming from with your questions. I think the issue here is there's many older neighborhoods that have zero road improvements, so sidewalks, trees and lights and everything. So you will have one house, as was mentioned, in 10 years that will do just their little piece. So you have a whole road that has nothing and then they come to a curb and gutter and sidewalk. So is that realistic versus, you know, our plan to do it overall? Yes, it is a cost to the citizens, but as it is now, because there's lots of examples of existing neighborhoods that have ditches that have no sidewalks, have no street trees and lights. So for me, if it's somebody that wants to build a house to accommodate their family, it's a significant cost. I mean, do we have an estimate of what it costs in addition to building a new house?
Very good question. Thank you through the chair to Councillor Duke. It's hard to estimate because it can vary, but I would estimate probably about $25,000 per house for frontage improvements. Hydro, because of running street lighting, can be a little bit more. So it can be a significant cost to a homeowner. And a lot of these are not developers per se. There are homeowners that are tearing down old aged homes and replacing them. So it can be a significant cost to them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Councillor Doze.
Through the chair, apparently Councillor Doze is heard on the stream, just not in the room. So we have to figure out why the sound is not actually projecting from his source into this room.
I would like to add, sorry, just to Councillor further to that, it's not just the cost of construction. They also have to hire an engineer to design the curb, the gutter, the sidewalk, the street lighting, and usually a landscape architect for the street trees. So there's also, you can add about 10% of that on for design costs.
Thank you. Councillor Schiller.
I didn't have a question initially, but since we're here, can you just provide maybe a bit of information on what other local municipalities do? I mean, is this sort of a standard requirement, or is it really differ from city to city?
Through the chair to Councillor Schiller. I'm not super familiar with all the municipalities. I have spoken to a couple of municipalities. Coquitlam has some in some certain neighborhoods. They've triggered upgrades. They also have a program where the city will do a targeted neighborhood with and do the upgrades themselves. But it really varies from municipality to municipality. I would say probably less required for building permits than more, if that helps.
Any luck?
Councillor Doze, can you try now?
Yeah, I've just tried. Can you hear me?
Nope.
Yeah, I'm not muted, but it's not working. Don't worry.
Email his question.
We do have a chat that we can get input on.
Can you type in the chat?
Look
your
at
question?
the chat. Yes. No,
I wish I could
wanted-
read lips. I do.
I can hear
But you can
you.
hear us. You can hear
Yes.
us, right?
I have put
Yeah,
something in the
type
chat.
away. Type away.
It's in the chat already.
Yeah, I guess on while we're waiting for the question to come through, I'm not opposed to this. I think there's some value to that. I just worry that if we're not on top of it at the city, then we're going to end up having more ditches, and which is what I'm hoping that's not what's going to happen. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm looking from your expression.
No, to the mayor, we wouldn't be adding more ditches. They would be existing ditches that we wouldn't add on to them. As
Okay.
mentioned, they have, if there's no storm sewer, they would have to still bring that to the site.
Okay.
We will not be constructing more ditches.
Okay. Councillor Tan.
Sneak in here before Councillor Dozie talks. And so it's kind of, so I'm just making sure I understand what's going on here. My understanding from the current context is now that historically Maple Ridge has a whole bunch of sidewalk neighborhoods, as we all know, without sidewalks. You know, just whatever it is still back then the requirements were different. And so now and this is quite unfortunate because we want kids to walk to school and there's a whole new emphasis on walkability and all that great stuff. But unfortunately, this is what we have. We're just working with what we have. And so now, if I understand correctly, when folks redevelop their homes in neighborhoods without sidewalks, we are requiring them to put in streetlights, sidewalks, ditches, trees, sort of depending on their specific property, there are set requirements, and that these can be extraordinarily expensive, $20,000 to $25,000-ish, depending on the specific building. And as I can imagine, there's a whole whack of money for a property owner or just a regular person, not a developer, not commercial development, just a regular person. And so now currently of our situation, in order for someone to put in a basement suite or a detached garden suite, all these lovely things that will provide more housing in our community, they have to put in this sidewalk. And sometimes when you look at it visually, it does not make sense because there's a sidewalk in front of one house and then it stops on one end and it stops and starts on the other end. So really, for the purposes of what we're trying to do here, increase walkability, like it doesn't, the marginal benefit of this is very low at a very high marginal cost to the homeowner. And so I'm hearing the mayor's concern of, well, we need to have sidewalks. Like we need to have sidewalks. But given like this current regime of a homeowner investing in a sidewalk in front of their neighbor of their house with no continuity on either end, or maybe disjointed pieces around the neighborhood does not provide us the value that we're looking for. And it sounds like, to the mayor's point, like the city would have to come in then at some point and someone has to pay for this thing if we choose to want it. And it would be expensive to the city and would come at a cost to the city. I believe I'm hearing from staff that we would target our efforts in the neighborhoods that make the most sense to us, whether close to schools or close to community facilities. And so ultimately, we all recognize that we want these pieces of infrastructure, but currently our method of providing them seems to be coming at the cost of providing affordable housing units. So it is a trade-off. And given the low marginal benefit of what's the point of having a sidewalk in front of one house? That's why it's staff's recommendation that we move forward with this program or this suggestion in front of us, if I understand correctly.
You are understanding it correctly. It is, it has some potential benefits once you have the interconnectedness there, but it definitely has some challenges, cost to the homeowner, resourcing for staff, tying up building permits, getting them out in a timely manner. You can imagine how long it would take to design a sidewalk and get a streetlight design and have that reviewed by staff to get a building permit out. And having mid-block sidewalks can have their challenges, especially if residents don't understand that eventually they'll be connected, and maintaining them in isolation. So there are pros. They get built by a home builder, and eventually they will connect, but there are some cons with it as far as disjointed, no real benefit until the whole infrastructure is built, maintenance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Youssef.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to staff for those clarifications. While I do appreciate the reason why we're doing this and staff's reasons for eliminating these improvements, I wanted to ask, though, through the chair, was the requirement to provide the financial or to provide the actual improvements, the frontage improvements only brought in 1993? Is that when we first saw them coming in?
The requirements through the chair to Councillor Youssef, the requirements to construct frontage improvements came in 2015, late 2015, 2016, when we amended the bylaw for single family. It was in place for developments, rezoning subdivisions prior to that, but we didn't require a building permit specifically until 2016.
Thank you for that. And that kind of answers where I was thinking of going, is that while we may be bringing this in today to eliminate the frontage improvements, there's nothing that says that if or when the need arises for us to bring this back, that we can, and have, as I've always been a proponent of, growth paying for growth. And that's why I'm struggling with this, and that I'm seeing the improvements that come about when even a single family unit is redeveloped. And at the same time, I would like to stimulate that growth coming about in order to bring more housing onto the market and more affordable housing in that form. So I'm a bit more confident now hearing that this was brought in within the last couple of decades, and that we can do away with it if or when the time comes that we see it as more mature, or if it's served its purpose. But I do still believe that growth should be paying for growth moving forward. So thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was my question and comment.
Thank you. We're going to go try Mr. Doze again. Councillor Doze. Just try. Unmute and try. We think. Unmute yourself.
It's not.
Oh, yay!
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. Oh, I think I have to thank you guys special for being very patient to listen to me. I have been very desperate trying to speak out, and I just couldn't. And thank God for this opportunity. I just want to call our attention to this matter because it looks to me like the discussion is veering away from the main objective of this particular proposal. I am 100% or more than 100% in support of this proposal for two reasons. One, this proposal will help us to improve and increase the number of houses that we're putting back into the market. I have a community member very close to my street who built a small garden suite, and we can take a walk to that place. This man stood me down for more than 1 hour during the campaign complaining. And I'm going to go home. Once we pass this, I'm going to go to his house and tell him, I made it. We managed to pass this. Okay. So the point I'm making is that we need to get this done because, one, it is going to be a little bit of an ease to some of us who, even though we have a house, but we don't have the capital required to actually go ahead and build the house we want to build, and then put money down for these street ornament or plants and sidewalk. And you know what the man was complaining about was that they are made to pay for this, but there won't be a sidewalk in that street for years, like she just pointed out in the presentation, for decades. My street has no sidewalk. And if you're going to put in a small 1-bedroom suite or 2-bedroom suite there to be able to have your own mortgage support and so on, you won't be able to do that. You won't be able to improve the housing stock. If we pass this, this will help to alleviate all these problems. I want to beg you, I'm begging because I know that this is taking a different side now, and I want us to see the merits in this. This is why I've been very desperate trying to speak, and I'm very happy that I have the opportunity to put my voice to this and beg you to please pass this proposal the way it is, because I took my time to read it in and inside out, and I was like, thank God someone is doing something positive about this. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to speak, and I thank God that I have the opportunity to put my view forward. Thanks again.
Thank you. And just a point of clarification, if it gets passed today, it still has to come to council, right? Correct?
That
Yes.
is correct.
It still has to come to council. So hold off on telling everybody it's a done deal, because it's not. Councillor Duick.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Dozy. I agree, like growth paying for growth, absolutely. And when we're talking about new developments, this isn't new developments. This is individual single family homes within an existing neighborhood that has no infrastructure in front of their home. So we're not creating more ditches because we don't have ditches anymore in any future projects. They have to fill them in and put proper drainage and everything in. So it's really about, like Councillor Dozy said, if somebody wants to improve their single family home, add a suite or a garden suite, they have to incur all these costs. So if council is interested in looking at something, then the very minimal is maybe a contribution towards future, but again, everybody else on the street didn't have to do that when they were building. So I think it's a good recommendation. I think it will help achieve some extra housing that, because as was said, people won't build a garden suite and rent it out. If they got to pay this kind of money, 25,000 plus to build a garden suite, to rent it out, it's going to take them how many years to recoup just that piece, never mind the building of the garden suite. So thank you.
Fair enough. Thank you. Councillor Youssef.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I promise this will be my last question through you to staff. While this program, if you will, is in effect and single families are no longer paying for the improvement, let's say a neighborhood comes up on is ready for the improvements. Now, having heard that the city will be the one to undertake that work as part of the capital project, will the funding be coming through capital funding, or will there be a separate reserve, if you will, that would address the more mature neighborhoods as opposed to other capital projects that we'd be doing for improvements and for growth?
Through the mayor to Councillor Youssef, very good question. Currently, there is no dedicated funding for this specific, it's not a program that's in place per se, but we do have funds for pedestrian improvements through, we sometimes get grants. I don't want to speak again for manager of transportation, but we do have certain funds, and it's not my area specifically, that do fund pedestrian improvements. They're not tied to a specific program or specific location in general, but we do have our capital plan, that our 5-year plan, that does say we're going to do an improvements on 123rd in 2024. I'm using as an example, and those are funded by various funding. Some are DCC funded, some are grant funded, some are through our dedicated funding sources, but there's nothing specifically on, there's not this program for single family homes, just to be clear on that.
Okay. Thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure that if or when a neighborhood, as I said, is ready to go, and they do come to the city and say, now you can put in the sidewalks that we're not going to then try to find the funding for it, that we do have funding available, and if the need arises, that we'd be able to meet it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry,
Yep,
I
please.
understand. If you mean if we did rebuilt a whole block, then now that is a trigger to go in and build the sidewalk? Is that what you were more specifically asking?
It was more to do with, let's say, my neighborhood, for example, is now ready for sidewalks. We don't have sidewalks in it as of yet, but the entire neighborhood has
Rebuilt.
matured enough or developed, and now we're ready for sidewalks. Now, I myself, having recently moved into the neighborhood, others that have lived there for a few decades, we're at different timelines, if you will, in the way of contributing to the funds that would then go into building the sidewalk. And that was my question. Will building those sidewalks come out of a particular reserve within City Hall, or will it then be that it falls under general projects? Or I think the one we're looking at is pedestrian improvements. Is that the funding stream?
Luckily, I have Mark Albin here that might be able to answer that for you.
Yes, through the chair. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. Members of council. Yes, through the last strategic transportation plan that was approved in 2014, we did establish a portfolio of funding called pedestrian improvements, and that identified improvements for sidewalk infrastructure and also for crosswalks and so forth. So we utilize that funding on an annual basis. One of the challenges that we're facing in the west side of the city, as Rachel mentioned, is lack of drainage. So we can't effectively put in a sidewalk in many locations until we have appropriate storm drainage to capture that water, because we're actually putting in a curb and gutter and so forth. So the cost can be quite more extensive than the actual sidewalk when we're looking at the underground facilities. However, through the strategic transportation plan that we're working on right now, we've identified capital projects that will be walking improvements that include sidewalk infrastructure. Those also have taken into consideration the corresponding cost for drainage, because in many cases you can't do one without the other. So we'll be coming back to council to talk about the strategic transportation plan, corresponding implementation strategy. But in a nutshell, if I were to sort of give you a bit of a Cole's notes on it, if you looked at discussion paper 3, which was the last one that came through, you can see that it's really centered upon access to transit and improving walkability within the community. It's not to say that the city will be able to provide walking infrastructure on every roadway within a shorter period of time, just because of the capital expenditures. It just identifies priorities where we can invest.
Thank you, Mr. Halpin, for that. And you actually bring up a good question that, if I may, through the chair, when you're talking about the drainage improvements and the storm drainage improvements, those are undertaken by the city or by the individual applicants that would then be improving their property in this case?
Through the chair, they are reviewed on a case-by-case basis, but typically if there is no storm drainage, then there are spurs or connections provided as part of that work. Correct? Yeah.
That would be one where it talks about in the report, if the utility is not existent, if there was no drainage, that house would have to extend it because it needs that connection. But if we went in without rebuilding, we have to put curb and gutter and drainage in. So the house would have to build the drainage, and then it's already in place. Or if we did a pedestrian improvement project, that would bring in the drainage.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to wrap up by saying I support what Councillor Dewick and what Councillor Dozier was saying. I echo their comments because I think ultimately disjointed side, as much as I love sidewalks and streetlights, I remember I could get a bumper sticker. I remember once Mr. Goddard said to me, I know what your priorities are. As much as I love them, to me, it does not make sense to have a disjointed sidewalks and streetlights. Like, it's just like that. What are we going to do with one house worth of sidewalk? And the reality is that if we wait for the development process to go through that, it take 10, 20 years to have an entire street full of sidewalk. And whatever we do as government has to make sense to people. I just cannot imagine having a conversation with another homeowner and them calling me up and saying, I want to redevelop my house and put in a detached garden suite for my kids and their grandkids so they don't have to move to North RMBC or wherever. But in order to do that, I got to put in one house worth of sidewalk. That's going to cost me $25,000. And this sidewalk is going to lead to absolutely nowhere. And so now my kids are going to have to move to goodness knows where, because you as a city couldn't figure out what you were doing when you asked me to put in $25,000 worth of sidewalk for one house. So I do not want to have that conversation. I think it makes sense for none of us around this table to have that conversation. And that's why I'm in support of this.
Thank you. I'm sorry, did you say you are supporting this? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought I heard. Any further comments, questions? Councillor Doze. Unmute yourself.
Can
Talk.
you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. Yeah, just by way of clarification, Mr. Chair, I would like the staff to please tell me, in those situations where these prospective builders of garden suites were made to pay the $25,000, do you go ahead and provide them sidewalk for the area of their building where they are constructing, or you take the money and keep it until you have enough to build the whole sidewalk for the street?
Through the chair to Councillor Dozy, they have to construct. We don't take cash in lieu. So that homeowner, if they're doing a detached garden suite, they would construct the sidewalk across their frontage.
Okay, so you see, my point again is that, just like Councillor Tan spoke, I said, when you build that just for one small frontage like that, it makes it look even worse than it was before you started building that in the first place. And again, this particular property I'm talking about is a case in point, and I will urge councillors to please go and have a look, and then you'll be able to appreciate more what I'm talking about. And this is even making it possible for me to stand stronger in appealing to each and every one of us to do this. Let us not pay just lip services to just what we're doing here by saying, yes, we're trying to improve the number of housing stock we're putting into the market. This is the time for us to take action. And this particular proposal is a decisive step towards improving the number of houses we're putting into the market in Maple Ridge. It may not be 1 million ton houses in 1 second, yes, but even if it is one house that we're able to put back into the system through passing of this particular proposal, I will urge us to do that, because the journey of 1,000 kilometers starts with the first step. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no further comments, we'll call the question. All those in favor? And it is unanimous. Motion has been carried. We're looking forward to it coming back to council. Thank you very much for your patience and understanding. Mr. Havlik, Windsor.
Thank you, sir. The next item, 5.5, is UBCM Grant Program Complete Communities, and Ms. Grockwich is presenting.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Okay, got it. I will be brief. I have 2 slides. Why we're here. The province has money available and we'd like to get some. So the province has allocated about $10 million that UBCM will be administering to help support the delivery of complete communities across the province. Based on their program that they've outlined, we'd be eligible for approximately $50,000, and we'd be able to use the work to help further develop the Lohi Transit Corridor Area Plan. So a couple of the areas that we're planning to use the funds if we were successful through this granting process would be to incorporate a couple of the additional lenses that have been identified by council, in particular the low carbon resiliency lens. Take a closer look at how the street network connectivity works between a couple of the nodes, ensuring we have the capacity below the ground, as well as refining some of the housing and land uses throughout the plan. The reason we're here for you today is that the application closes on Friday and we need a council resolution in order to apply. So the question before you this afternoon is to direct staff to submit the grant application for the broad scope of work identified for the Lohi Transit Corridor Area Plan. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Yes, before we open up the questions, moved by Councillor Duick, seconded by Councillor Youssef. Questions? Councillor Schiller.
It's just a comment. I'm just really happy to see staff, looking for these opportunities to support the work that we already know that we want to do. I love the scope of work and I loved your presentation. Thank you.
It was only 2 slides. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? It is unanimous. Motion has been carried. Go get us some money. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Havlick Windsor, what's
Okay,
next?
our next item is item 5.6, and those are UBCM resolutions, and Ms. Anastasiadis is going to be presenting, and there is no slide deck for this.
No slide deck?
I'm gonna have to get more creative, I guess, in the future and make slides for everyone.
Do we have the actual resolutions on slide?
You have the report document, which had the resolutions attached. Does everybody have that? Okay.
Yes, through the chair, we're just working on getting the motion up on the screen here.
Okay. So good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As you all know, the UBCM process is an opportunity for the city to have their voice with the province, and it's a key linkage to provide policy input of provincial significance. And your engagement in this process will allow input at provincial senior levels and hopefully attain support from other municipalities to draw attention to these issues of importance to Maple Ridge. This report and workshop item is a follow-up, as you'll recall, to an initial meeting we had April the 25th, where we were at workshop and you all received a briefing on the UBCM policy resolutions process and timelines in general. And at that time, council was informed that each year UBCM considers the policy resolutions from BC municipalities, and these are considered at their annual conference. And this year it's taking place September 18th to 22nd in Vancouver. Also at that time, we went over the 2 options in terms of how you may move forward to submit resolutions. The first was, the encouraged method to, if possible, submit to the local government association, after which resolutions are then forwarded to UBCM with the support of the local government association. And then the second option was that the city provides resolutions to UBCM directly. In consideration of the immediate priorities that you as a council faced after the municipal election in October 2022, and of course the immediate priorities in the first quarter of this year, council decided to take the second option of the direct submission to UBCM. When we met last on this topic, council also decided to take full ownership of drafting resolutions and that they would submit up to 5 resolutions so that we could work towards the process of submitting by June the 30th, which is the final deadline. So at that time, you were provided with the sample resolution template and asked to send draft resolutions to staff by May the 16th in order that they be reviewed and then formatted to UBCM standard before bringing them back to council, which is where we are here today for review and discussion and workshop. And again, in order to select up to 5 resolutions that are to be finalized and submitted. So after today's workshop, so once council decides on up to 5 resolutions, a further step is required to get the resolutions up to UBC standard, specifically in terms of some further background and narrative and some factual narrative in the body of the resolutions. And then a UBCM writing guidelines for resolutions will be provided to you all via email following today's workshop to facilitate this step. Council may decide to work together on the completion of these finalized resolutions and to bolster the final drafts to be submitted back to staff. And we missed adding this actually in the timelines that I'm going to go over in a second, but within a week's time, after today's meeting, to submit it back to staff so we can prepare it for representation at the council meeting on the 27th of June. Would be great. So by next week, Monday, the 19th. So in your report, there is a revised sort of timelines process and deadlines since our last meeting.
And as you can see, we're at the June 13th portion. And then, as I mentioned, June 19th, if after this workshop, if we could have the finalized drafts to myself, and then we'll represent on the 27th. And I assume that's at a regular council meeting that we will have to do that. Yes. And then staff will submit to UBCM by June 28th. So to date, there were 6 proposed resolutions that were submitted and which are attached, and hopefully you were able to read those topics. I'll just quickly read them out for you. The first, and just by
If I
alphabetical
can-
order.
I think the best way to proceed is to do one at a time, and we'll have a motion to move one resolution at a time.
Okay.
Because we're going to debate them individually, correct?
Right. If I could perhaps finish the briefing, then we'll get to the recommendations and then turn it over to the voting part. I just wanted to list the name, just the topics, and almost done. And then we'll get to that. So just the names of them so far are alternate modes of transportation was one, diversion court, flood mitigation measures, provincial police force, rainwater harvesting, treatment on demand. So please note as well, before you get into your deliberations, that there's no restriction on duplicating past topics of policy resolutions. However, as recommended previously to council, providing a lens that considers the significance to Maple Ridge and regionally and the provincial angle, in addition to, what is the value add and the purpose of this resolution that you're considering and putting forth is advised. And then a quick search was done on the UBCM database to see, which of these resolutions are unique. Have there been others done before that are similar? And so that's summarized in your report as well. And so for your context and awareness, for all but one, the flood mitigation measures, each of them were unique topics. So of the 6, they were all unique topics that were not specifically covered in prior years based on a UBCM resolution search that was done. For all but 2, provincial police force and rainwater harvesting, there are related past UBCM resolutions submitted in prior years that either support or possibly negate the proposed resolutions, and that's summarized in the chart history of related past UBCM resolution submissions, which outlines the 2023 Maple Ridge proposed policy in the first column. If any related past UBCM policies exist, and whether they were endorsed at the year of submission, and whether those endorsements support or negate the proposed 2023 policy. Again, this is just background information for you to have the context and to know the history with respect to those topics. So moving on to the recommendations. 1, that members of council review and discuss the 6 proposed resolution topics submitted and create a mutually agreed upon list for UBCM submission and identify any revisions to be made with support from city staff for finalization. And then secondly, that final policy resolutions include sufficient research and justification narrative for members bringing forward those respective resolutions. So now over to you, Mayor, to conduct your deliberations.
Thank you very much. Just a point of clarification from Mr. Windsor. So the recommendation is the bulk recommendation, but we're going to do them individually, correct?
Through the chair, what we can do is right now, this is the motion that's up on the screen, has been moved and seconded. What we could do after is, as this is proposing, discussing the 6 different resolutions, we could determine which resolutions would be forwarded and then potentially have a motion that deals just with those specific items.
So if I'm moving this motion here, if somebody's moving this motion though, then we open it up for debate. What exactly are we debating?
Well, the debate is to review and discuss the 6 proposed resolutions.
The list determining do you support the general notion and the list of resolutions that have been proposed?
The list,
The
all right.
list.
But then when are we actually getting into the specifics of each one?
This is something that we can do at the meeting today. It's workshop, so we have an ability to go through the individual items
And then perhaps Councillor Youssef may want to speak to the submissions that he provided to provide some background, and then you would vote next time we met on the actual resolutions after they're bolstered.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand the process here, because the motion that's up front is to move all 6 of them. But
I think it's to discuss the 6 proposed resolution
okay,
topics.
but
and
but
create
then
the
we will be voting individually on each one of them, not on bulk.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So then would we not have to move each resolution individually?
Through the chair, what I could suggest is after each is debated and discussed, there could be a discussion of which ones would go forward. So we could
Yes.
either do it all
Okay,
together,
I'm fine with that.
or we could do them individually and vote on each one. But that is something that there could be a motion from the floor because it is workshop, so we're allowed to
Okay.
put motions forward.
So just to be clear, we can move this motion, which would then trigger a debate for
Correct.
each motion, each resolution, and at the end of each resolution, then we can vote on it. Is that correct? Point of order. Councillor Duick.
Mr. Mayor, I believe it was just mentioned, this is workshop, so we don't have to move the motion first. So we can have the discussion.
Okay.
And then at the end, we can say staff report recommending member of council review and discuss proposed, including these submissions. So we could alter it at the end after we say, are we going to support all 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1? None.
Okay.
So let's have the discussion, then move the motion.
Okay. So I don't need to,
Otherwise-
we don't need to move this motion then.
Otherwise, we're going to get into.
Well, that's what I'm
amendments
trying to
and-
avoid.
Yeah.
Okay. So why don't we go to the first resolution? Councillor Youssef.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The resolution is to explore and lobby the province to pursue and bring about alternate modes of transportation, utilizing specifically our waterways for the transportation of people and goods. And this comes, Mr. Chair, from the result of many years of being engaged with a local British Columbia firm that does manufacture all electric vessels, and having the ability to build with current technology vessels that have next to no impact on marine life in the way of vibration because of the lack of an internal combustion engine, and of course having a significantly lower footprint than many other modes of transportation because of the fact that the road doesn't have to be built for it. It doesn't have to be brined or salted during the winter months. And it also does not require much in the way of maintenance or repaving, as it is a naturally existing highway that's been utilized for thousands of years. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll take any questions from fellow colleagues.
Okay, opening up speaker list, Councillor Duick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So one of the challenges with this resolution is there's some information that's not true. So for example, the river connects most municipalities and does not freeze. That is absolutely not true. I have pictures. It freezes every winter, some winters more than others. So it does freeze. In fact, across the river in the Langley side, that dock was taken out as a result of ice and the freezing and rain. So that's a challenge. So in order to support something like this, we need more information to go along with the motion, which is what I'm understanding. That would be the purpose, is we would send it away and have to give some better background information, because it does freeze and we would look silly if we say it doesn't, because it does. There's also some other challenges with the river, which is the river sandbars are changing from year to year. So there is, when I watch the tugs come up the river, they are having to alter course all the time because of the depth, or should I say, there is no depth in some areas. It goes as low as 3 and 4 feet, up to 40, 45 feet, just depends on the time of year and where they're navigating. So I'm not opposed to looking at it, but we need to have better background information so that we know what's going on the river. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll jump in on here. When I look at our strategic priority then and where we want to go, I'm not going to support this for one very simple reason. As a city, we have been laser focused on getting BRT. That's where I want the city, the municipality, the province, TransLink. I want them focused on that, on BRT, because that's the biggest thing that's going to change the face of Maple Ridge. I putting something like this forward, I'm afraid that would send a signal to the powers that be when we're fighting for BRT that maybe we're not all in on BRT. So for that reason, I can't support that. I think I need to be laser focused on BRT. So that's my comments. Councillor Tan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate your point. That's something I haven't thought about before you brought it up. I appreciate Councillor Dewick's point. As an experienced boater, you know way more about the Fraser River than I do. I just look at it from the shore. So just in terms of I don't have enough background information on this. Having said, I appreciate Councillor Youssef bringing up this point because, you know, as we've all talked about, we're in a climate crisis, and it's absolutely right that road congestion is a horrible problem in our community, and also it is horrible for climate change. And so I think this is the time to debate, you know, to really look outside the box, and that's why I appreciate this motion. I just don't know enough about this to whether that's like I just don't know, like whether this is like a viable mode of transportation. Like, so just up on the, like, I don't mind looking at this, but I would sort of need more information before I sort of feel comfortable, like sort of voting on this and putting my name for it, saying, yes, this is a thing that we should be advocating for. I may not mind a motion that says we maybe should research it more. I don't know which body would it be, the province or to seek staff advice on this to like sort of research more. I feel like I have a lot of blind spots here in my vision, but I wouldn't want to write this off just because of my blind spots. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we would vote on this next.
Through the chair, what we could do now that it's been discussed, we would decide if this is one of the ones that will go forward. So we would vote
so
for.
the vote would be, do we want to advance this one?
Correct.
Okay, so that's the question on the first resolution, alternate modes of transportation. We'll call the question. Point of order.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Is there a possibility to sort of explore this more before we vote on whether it does go, like, you know, sort of wanting to get fleshed this out more, essentially?
So as a, I won't even attempt the last name. As Katerina was explaining, and perhaps you can remind us the timing of everything, and that'll give you an idea of where we are.
So right now you are voting on whether or not you want to proceed to do the further research and finalization of the resolution. And so if you picked this, for example, then this would be included in your up to 5 submissions, and then be brought back to you for a final vote, like yay or nay. We want this to be submitted on June 27th. So there's still time, even after this step, to not support it after you've reviewed more information, but do know that you're taking up a spot of one of the 5 that you have.
Clear? Go ahead. Sorry. Clear.
And one maybe procedural question. Is there an opportunity after this date I just need to bring up more resolutions, or was this the closing?
I think we're at that point. We had a deadline, and I think, and just to put it all in context, this is our first year. So we've been focused on many other things, and I have no doubt in my mind next year we'll be wanting to put forward some resolutions, and, you know, council will work together to come up with resolutions and learn from what we're hearing today, and so that, you know, we can be better prepared and make sure they align with our goals. I just don't think we were ready for that at this point because of the situation that we find ourselves in, and being a first year. So
yeah, I mean, technically you have till the deadline, but then you wouldn't have the same opportunity as you do now to review and then finalize. So it would be difficult to integrate the proper review and deliberations to get that done. That's the challenge.
And bear in mind, so whatever we send to UBCM, am I correct in saying they don't all show up? Do they choose what shows up
Well,
at UBCM?
Through the chair, I believe it is put into the list of resolutions
List of
submitted, but
resolutions.
then UBCM as a whole debates and votes on those as well if they want to put them forward.
Yeah, they have a resolutions committee that reviews all of the resolutions from all the member municipalities and zone associations. From there, they then recommend to the board which gets advanced to the UBCM convention. So there's a bit of a process there.
So there's no guarantee that what we submit would be advanced. And hence the reason why the extra research, because whatever we submit, we got to make sure that it's correctly formatted. It has all the background information, because other people will be saying, okay, are we advancing this? Right? Clear? Any other questions on process procedures? None? So, Councillor Doze. Are you voting or are you talking? You're okay. Unmute yourself.
Yes. Can you hear me now? I'm talking. Yes. I actually wanted to contribute my little penny to this. I want to first of all say that transportation has been a very important issue to me personally, being a citizen of Maple Ridge. When I first moved to Maple Ridge, we used to cross over to Langley through a pontoon or ferry, through 248 and so on. Now, when they built the new bridge, I was thinking that that ferry would have been left alone where it was because it was serving some purpose for us. But somehow someone made a decision to move it. And then now I work in Surrey. As I speak to you, I'm speaking from Surrey. Each time there's any problem on that bridge, you hardly can move to Surrey. And those of us who also work in Vancouver that takes the bridge to connect the Highway 1 will also be in serious trouble. What am I saying? We need an additional means of getting in and out of Maple Ridge, be it by water, be it by air, be it by additional bridge. I personally don't care and I don't mind. What is important to me is let me have an alternative. If I'm going to go through this other bridge and Golden Ears and this is blocked, I can take another side to go to work and so on. Having said this, I just want us to understand that what we are talking about here are resolutions that will be taken to UBCM that will be put into a bunch of proposals from various communities, not just Maple Ridge. Nobody is going to say that, oh, this is from Maple Ridge, that is what is going to be moved forward further to this provincial government. The whole house have to decide what is going to move on. So my point is this: Maple Ridge should not be shy to propose an alternative means of transportation, even if it did not progress beyond submitting it to those people. But if it does go beyond that, it goes to our credit that we are thinking about this. I agree that additional studies needs to be done, but when we used to cross that river with those ferries, it still freezes. It still gets filled up with sand and so on and so forth from time to time. They dredge it. So my position is that I will support this proposal because it's this time that we begin to think outside the box. Anything that will help Maple Ridge in any way or form, I will stand for it. And I want to stand for it because this one will help Maple Ridge if we ever decide to do something about waterways and improve the transportation medium we have in Maple Ridge here. I think this is not a bad idea for us to support and move it forward. If it works, we will benefit. I don't see immediately how that is going to stop our BRT, to be honest to you guys, because when we pursue the BRT, we are pursuing BRT as a people of Maple Ridge in conjunction with other 2 or 3 cities that are along the line. But this particular one can even extend to Chilliwack and bring in people from Abbotsford and Mission. Okay, so in the way I look at it, I think this is an idea that we can put forward. There is no guarantee that it's going to move beyond UBCM. Not to talk about getting to the provincial government and then for them to make a decision on it. So my point is, I'm going to vote for this particular one because I want it to move forward. We need an alternative means of transportation in Maple Ridge. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? All right, I will call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? So motion carries 5-1. All right. Can we move on to the next one, please?
So the next
Uh,
one is diversion court is
yeah.
the issue, and through
Councillor
the,
Youssef?
the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my apologies to my fellow councillors. You'll be hearing a lot more of my voice than you'd like to, I'm sure, today. Speaking to diversion courts, as we're seeing that the criminal court system is quite overwhelmed with the caseload that's happening right now, and having considered this type of court in the past and looked into some of the application and models out there, I believe it would be beneficial for Maple Ridge to have this type of court whereby we can divert some of the individuals that may be committing shoplifting, property crimes, some of the more social quote unquote crimes that we're seeing, juveniles, for example, that may be just dabbling with misconduct on the weekend and end up somehow in the legal system, rather than having to go through the traditional legal system. A restorative justice or a diversion court of this kind would be able to have them not only perform the necessary community service hours to, for lack of a better word, make up for their mistakes, but also have them steering clear of the legal justice system so as to not further encourage any participation or strengthen any ties from especially visible minority groups from dealing with the criminal justice system. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'll take any questions.
Questions? Councillor Schiller, followed by Councillor Dewey.
This is more of a comment. So I do certainly support restorative justice approaches, and I would support this. I think it's actually quite important. I am not comfortable with the phrase catch and release in terms of describing our current justice system. That is not a technical term. So to have my support, this would need to be changed. I would be open to that our current justice system rarely results in, deliver or doesn't deliver the results that we're seeking, or that restorative justice is proven to deliver better results if that's true. But I'm not comfortable with that particular phrase. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dewick.
Thank
Sorry,
you.
I just one question, procedural wise, we don't need to amend because it'll, if it passes, it'll go back and has to be redone, and then we can vote on.
That is correct.
So we don't actually have to do amendments. Okay. Thank you.
It's only if this resolution as a concept would be something that you'd want to put forward with what is being discussed, and that it's supposed to be finalized and prepped with all the background and adopted at that 27th meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Dewick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the last council, we were making headway on a local restorative justice court. So I'm not sure where we're at with that, but I agree that, it's something we could pursue and look at. I agree. The catch and release is a terminology people use. The reality is it's the courts that aren't dealing with things effectively. So that would be better language, or, overwhelmed with their caseload. And as such, we would encourage this. So just some more positive language in there versus catch and release. I know what is meant by it, but let's be positive. I think it would stand better chance on the floor when it's for debate and discussion. So overall, we do have a youth restorative justice program already. So I'm assuming this is meant for adult. So that I need that clarification, because we already have a youth restorative justice program. Is that what the intent?
Yes, through the chair. Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Tan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Youssef, for bringing forward this motion. Certainly welcome to bring as many motions as possible I think it's good for our discussion. And my thoughts on this are I support this idea of looking at expanding our restorative justice program. Again, like most things, I don't know much about this, and so would love more background research. To my understanding, that our province does already have a number of alternative justice mechanisms. I believe that in certain cases, Crown Counsel will suggest that that restorative justice may be an option. I don't know much about this. This is from a quick Google, so I would welcome more. I would welcome more research on this. I also support the spirit of this because we know that there's structural racism in our what's the word in our program where we catch people for offenses. I think that this touches on fairly significant issues in our community. And the question is, what is the best way to tackle the systemic issues that we're dealing with? So I think I support the idea of this, which is I'm understanding as expanding alternative approaches to justice. I think this is a very important conversation. I don't know what the exact ask is, because my understanding is that there is a restorative justice program. Is it that we expand the restorative justice program in a certain way? Is it that we expand the number of cases or types of cases in which restorative justice may be applicable to? Is it that we expand funding for it? I think there's a whole number of ways to which we can look at this, and I'm supportive of the spirit. So, but I don't know what exact thrust of the argument is, and I think it'd be dependent on the exact thrust of the argument to determine whether I would support this in the end. But I'm happy to support this at this stage so that we could study it more as a table. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
If I may, Mr. Chair, to provide clarification to Councillor Tan. Yes, the aim is to have a diversion court that would then be dealing with more of the adult population that is, as I mentioned earlier, committing property crimes and shoplifting and that sort of crime where it's not violent to the extent that the criminal code would be dealing with, but is as a result of social problems, if you will, and then being able to have those individuals cycle through this particular court system as opposed to the legal court system, where they're simply thrown into the mix of either doing the time or paying the fine, and that's the extent of it. With the diversion court, there's a component of looking at the individual problems. So seeing if one, for example, is struggling with mental health issues, how can we best address those issues so that the person does not land in front of the court again or ends up committing another offense? If the person has an addiction issue, so let's look at that root cause of the crime that was committed and be able to address it, if that gives you a better approach of how to go about this. And as for your other questions when it comes to funding and where that would come from, I'll leave that to the province, as this would fall under their purview.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Councilman Youssef. I appreciate that. I think I'm starting to better understand is to tackle the recidivism rate, so that folks, after they sort of proceed through the sentence, that there's not, we reduce the risk of folks or likelihood of folks to repeat their offense, because there's some sort of more thorough way in which we have conducted a rehabilitation program for offenders. And then the second portion I'm hearing is that there are folks with lighter crimes or sort of where it's not a violent offense. And we don't necessarily want to group folks who have committed offenses of fairly different scales of incidents, is my understanding. I think in order for me to support this, and I appreciate the background, I think I just don't have any background in our legal system and what restorative justice looks like. I mean, I would need a whole bunch of information on this. Like, what is our current system? Like, from my very quick reading, it does seem that restorative justice is available to, there's no age limit. I'm not seeing an age limit provided. It does seem to me from my, again, quick scan that it is available for all ages currently. It is entirely possible a restorative justice system that program is not accessible to folks accessible to a limited number of folks, or we only have certain number of spots in the program. There's a whole bunch of folks who may need it and don't have it, but it's just a whole whack of research that we would have to do before I think that as a city, like, to Councilor Dosier's point, we are putting the name of our city behind a resolution. And I think that is the spirit of the resolution. I appreciate it given given what we face. And I just want to make sure that before we really put our name on this, that we really, all of us can confidently speak to this issue and that stand behind it, or at least the majority of us can. And right now it would take me a lot to get there because my current base of understanding is so low. So I do struggle with this one, and it's just because, so to the mayor's point, in terms of that laser focus, is this where we want to go? And this, as a council, and in terms of using staff's time as well, because it's a significant amount of research on different topics we're asking staff to do. So I think this one's hard for me, but at least the previous one, like we have been talking about transportation a great deal so far in our term, and maybe this is one for a second or third or fourth year. You hear me struggling, but there we go. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Doze. Councillor Doze. Unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Again, I want to thank you for this great opportunity to lend my voice to this. My personal principle or approach to all these issues is, does it benefit Maple Ridge? Does it help us solve some of the problems that we have in our community that seems intractable? And when you look at this, I want us to bear in mind what Councillor Dewick mentioned just in her speech here now, that the previous council were doing something about this kind of justice system. I'm not sure to what extent they have gone, but what it points out to me is the fact that this particular issue has been identified in Maple Ridge as a problem. Hence the council spending the time to try to resolve it in their time. So this particular motion, or this particular idea that is now regenerated again, was to take it beyond the community here, beyond our council, but take it to the province. So for that reason, I want to say that I am going to support this because, being a Black man that I am, it is known the world over that most jails, not in Canada particularly, I must say, but in places like the United States, the people of color occupy more rooms in the jails than anywhere else. And for that reason, it is because of the way the justice system was skewed in those places against certain people. And this particular situation will make sure that light offenders, first offenders, people who get into committing this offense because of certain inherent problems they have, like drug addiction and the rest of them, are not necessarily sent to jail to go and rot there. They are given the opportunity of taking medication or taking to medical services. And as a matter of fact, I have worked on this particular thing in BC here, where we did I did a project for people who were arrested for committing drug offenses. They'll be given the option of going to medication, through medication, that is to say, going through rehabilitation or serving a jail term. So I have moved them from their office downtown to a place very close to the hospital. But what I'm saying is that this is a motion I will want to support because Maple Ridge stands to benefit from it, especially given the fact that the previous council have been thinking about it. It shows that it has a root somehow in our affairs. And if we move this and it goes, Maple Ridge will benefit. On that condition, I'm voting for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, I will add my 2 cents to this. I'm kind of confused by this one. We have a restorative justice program. We have one in Maple Ridge. In fact, we're talking about figuring out how to get them funding. In that sense, the second line there, I'm sorry, that is the rhetoric of the day, the catch and release. In fact, the federal government has tabled a motion to reform the bail system. and which is what everybody's referring to as catch and release. So I wouldn't support that line being there and whatsoever. I think that is it's rhetoric, and I'm not interested in passing on that type of rhetoric. The last sentence, and this is where I'm kind of confused, because to bring about a diversion court so as to implement a restorative justice mechanism, but there already is a restorative justice mechanism in place. So maybe you can shed some light on that, because I'm not quite understanding the difference between the two.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the comment about the catch and release, again, that was the phrase of the day, if you will. I would not be opposed to removing or rewording that. As for establishing and bringing about a diversion court, again, this is more to do with the adult population rather than the youth population that's currently being serviced by the existing restorative justice system.
I mean, I'm interested to see what the final version would be, but I would need to understand more what exactly is the diversion court versus restorative justice. There's many programs out there, but I don't know enough to, and I'm like Councillor Tan, I don't know enough to understand where you're wanting to go with that. So I'm opening to passing this to see what the next step is on that. Yeah, so that's my 2 cents on that. Any further comments or questions? Okay, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, it's 5-1. Now, and just to be clear, we're voting to send this back. So what we're looking for when it comes back to us is some of the comments that we've been in there. So whatever happens after that it's open for suggestion, but then there's a revote on that. So maybe some of those questions that you're asking will be resolved. Some of the questions I'm asking will be resolved, but I'm not opposed to hearing what those might be at this point. Thank you. Next.
So the next topic is flood mitigation measures.
Councillor Youssef.
Mr. Chair, thank you. This is the result of what we've seen in 2021, both here in our community as well as around the province. Looking at the specifically North Alouette and seeing where issues have occurred, especially when it comes to flooding on that river and the uncontrolled releases that have come about from the dam. This motion is calling on the province to develop and execute a province-wide program that would look at especially and specifically flood mitigation in the lower mainland, and taking a proactive approach in order to not only shore up some of the existing diking systems, but also to work with, and this is, of course, would be part of the supporting material, working with research foundations to come up with the most up-to-date and scientifically advanced solutions and mitigation measures for flooding within our province. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Tan.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. We're hitting all these topics that I have very little knowledge on. So on last Friday, Director Forrest Smith very kindly accompanied me to the Lower Fraser Floodplains Forum taking place in Chilliwack, where staff from across municipalities, First Nations leaders, and then some elected officials, including the Climate Preparedness and Emergencies Minister, whatever her title is, Mr. Bowenma, attended, and we spoke specifically about flooding. And she spoke about the adaptation strategy that was just released, the Climate Preparedness and Adaptation Strategy Actions for 2022 to 2025, in which she laid out a fairly substantial program for dealing with flooding across the Fraser Valley and the Lower Mainland. Metro Vancouver CAO was in attendance, and so I think it's a topic that is well recognized as being a serious concern in our communities that we need joint action on. As I think Councillor Youssef very clearly pointed out here, that it can be a community by community approach. And I think this is something the Lower Fraser Floodplains Forum, I believe this is the third time we've been meeting. And I think provincial officials were well in attendance there, staff and politicians. So I believe, and there is already a strategy that's been created from this. So I believe there's already a provincial emphasis on this, and I don't see how. I think that since we're already moving on the same page about this, I want to make sure that our resolutions add to the conversation. And I think this resolution is almost coming at the start of the conversation, where I think we have moved past that. We've thankfully made a lot of work as a region in this front. So I'm happy to put this motion down, because in my opinion, from my understanding, we already have a provincial strategy around this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Duick.
Thank you for attending that. I really wanted to go to it, but I was unable to. I had Metro Planning Committee. I hear what you're saying. The strategy, it looks like the provincial government is working on it, but it doesn't hurt us to support it either through the City of Maple Ridge lens. I think it just adds to that and suggests to UBCM that it's critical that the UBCM also continue to lobby on behalf. So I'm happy to support this one. I do appreciate the province is all over this, and they need to be, but it doesn't hurt us to keep reminding them that it's critical that they focus on some of the issues in Maple Ridge.
So I guess I'll put my 2 cents in here. Any resolution that you're going to put forward has to hit all the marks and connect all the dots. When we say therefore be resolved, UBCM lobby the province to develop and execute a program focusing on flood mitigation in the Lower Mainland, that's already in place. So you're lobbying the government to do something that they're already doing. So that's a throwaway. Simple as that. Now, if you want to put it as expand the program, I'm willing to look at the language as to what that is. Because again, there's the feds that have money for instance, dikes to do your surveys. There's programs in place. So even as it did hit the floor at UBCM, and it did go to the province sits back and says, yeah, we're already doing this, right? So what more is it that we can, like if this was a resolution to fund the rebuilding or renovating of dikes, that would be, I think, more appropriate, because now you're asking the province, hey, we're doing all these great things, but we need help to shore up the dikes, right? Because that, I will tell you from my past experience, is about $20 to $30 billion. So there's not a huge desire to spend that kind of money. So putting the pressure on them to do that would be a better approach to take. I think there's flood mitigation measures. Absolutely, I support that. I think we need to work more on this one as well. I don't think it hits all the marks yet. I think if we want to get it to UBCM and on the floor, I think we really need to do some work on this one. That's my 2 cents. Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, 5-1. Wait, sorry, did you just vote against it? Voting against your own resolution? Okay.
As I've heard, Mr. Chair, you were saying that it's a throwaway and that many of the strategies are already in place. Again, this resolution was meant to not only bring about the program, but also expand it through a proactive lens. So this was more to do with the provincial plan aside from the federally available dollars. But as you're saying, if this is all already in play, don't really see much of us doubling up our efforts.
Question of process. If the mover has voted against it, what happens to it?
It doesn't matter. It is still a
doesn't-
vote. And at this point, we have 4 for and 2 against.
Okay.
I would, given what Councillor Youssef has said, I would ask to re-vote because there's no point sending it forward if he's not interested in working on it. It's his motion. So,
So once the motion's on the floor, it's council's motion, not Councillor Youssef's motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
First, secondly, if council wished to reconsider the vote, that would be the way to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess the other further question is there, seeing how the vote went, is there anybody who would want to take on this? And if there's not, then I would ask for the revote, because if you're not going to take it on, then it's just going to sit down. It's not going to go anywhere. So are we okay unanimously? I need a unanimous consent for a revote.
Councillor Dozy.
Yeah, okay, all right, good. So let's go back to the initial vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay. All right, motion has been defeated. That's the word I was looking for. Fruit Loops, man. You threw me some Fruit Loops there. Let's move on to the next one.
So the next topic is provincial police force.
Councillor Youssef.
Mr. Chair, seeing that the RCMP is a federally mandated paramilitary force and having seen the challenges that have come about over a few years now of policing where direction from the province and the city tends to, for the most part, go unnoticed versus the priorities that are set through central command for the RCMP. This is why the resolution is before you, to encourage and lobby the province to establish a provincial police force, as there once was, I believe in the late, up until the late 60s, where there was a provincial police force here in British Columbia, in order to not only provide that layer, if you will, of policing between the municipalities and that of the province, and then of course being able to meet those priorities, but also to serve as a liaison with the RCMP in order to make sure that policing within the province of BC is up to the standards of its residents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions? Councillor Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to add on the previous motion, I think it's a wonderful part of democracy that we all get to have a chance to discuss the things that are put on the floor. And I think it's a wonderful thing that is after a motion has been put on the floor, that it is council's motion, and that it's one wonderful thing of democracy. I'm going to keep saying the word that we all put our views on, and we may change our mind. And I think it's a wonderful thing. That's the 4th time I've used that word. Okay, I'm going to move on. Provincial police force. The only thing I know about provincial police forces is that fairly recently an all-party committee recommended that the province at least look at the provincial police force. And we all, I think, recognize that policing is an incredible line item in our budget. And so having said this, like the province has indicated, like what's his name? The Solicitor General Farnsworth has indicated the province has no interest in looking at this. Unfortunately, it appears that like a legislative committee agrees that provincial police force may be a worthy thing to look into, but realistically, if the province has no appetite to look at it, and the Solicitor General has stated that, I don't see, even if it were a fantastic policy mechanism, but if the province has no appetite to do this, we certainly aren't going to do it. So I don't see a strategic outcome of us putting this forward. So I appreciate the spirit. I appreciate the fact that policing is a large line item in our budget, and it is a tremendous strain across all of our municipalities, although public safety is a wonderful thing. I think I'm happy to leave this motion. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dewick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is one of those topics that it requires a considerable amount of discussion because it's not as simple as asking the province to create a provincial police force. There's a lot of fallout that could result from that. Should there potentially, we could be drawing RCMP members from many cities that would be attracted to a provincial police force. So I see it working both ways. Again, not enough information, and it really is it relevant to what we are focusing on right now in the city of Maple Ridge. So there's merits in having the discussion in the future, which leads to my next point. Previously, we had calendar invites that were pre-set up so that we knew when the LMLGA motions had to come forward, the FCM motions, the UBCM, and they were in our calendars. So we knew several months in advance, council, if you have any items you want to bring forward, make sure you reach out to the clerk's department. Let's set up meetings so that we can discuss them so that we're not doing it at the 11th hour. I appreciate this year is different. There's, we had so many other things that we were doing it during this term, but this is why, because a topic such as this is not as simple as saying, I like the words and I like the concept, but I really don't know the impacts of it. So I can't support this. I'm not a big fan of provincial police forces, just the little bit that I know. Am I prepared to keep an open mind? Absolutely. But the provinces that have them, there's a lot of conflict between the different police forces. So I'm sorry, I just can't support it. I think we have better things that we need to advocate for on behalf of our local residents than this particular subject matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, then I'll put in mind, this is an easy one for me. Not interested in a provincial police force. One look at what's happening at our neighbors across the other side and the havoc it's created. I think we have way more important things to deal with. I do not want to spend 2 years trying to flip over from RCMP to provincial police force when I'm still against the provincial police force. So that's my own personal thing. Obviously, I won't be supporting it based on all those reasons. And I think we need to be focusing. We need the province to be laser focused on the things that matter, such as housing and transportation and mental health addictions and those sort of things. So no, I wouldn't want to see the province thrown into havoc for the next 2 or 3 years. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? It is 5-1 and the motion has been defeated. Okay. Next one, please.
So the next topic is rainwater harvesting.
Councillor Youssef.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A topic that's been near to my heart for now over 4 years. Seeing how other jurisdictions around the world have successfully implemented rainwater harvesting mechanisms to be used for irrigation purposes and for gray water uses. I believe it's pertinent and really instrumental for us as recipients of a significant amount of rainfall annually to better utilize that water and put it to better use than simply watching it run down, in some cases, quite literally, the drain, when in fact we can be using it for a lot better purposes that would do away with some of the strict measures that we have to undergo during the drought months. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Opening it up for comments, questions. Seeing none. On my side, I don't know. I mean, is this a provincial matter or is this more a municipality concern? I don't have an answer to that.
To the chair, the hope is that UBCM will actually lobby the province enough to have this included as part of the building code for multifamily units.
I understand that.
Long-term vision.
I understand that, but then you're adding another piece to a puzzle that even here, we're not really enforcing our step codes, for instance. And one of the reasons, in talking to developers with step code, for instance, is they're all concerned with the amount of money that it adds to this. I have no idea what the cost of this would be. I don't know how it would apply to single family homes. Like you take composting, for example, if you have a single family home and you have a backyard, you set up a compost. People in apartment buildings can't do that. So do you have any thoughts, or can you elaborate on how this would work for apartment buildings, or what the cost would be? Do you have any ideas, or can you add to that?
To the chair, I don't have any numbers for cost, but there are examples of already built buildings that are both one here, I believe down by River Road, that came in last term with a rain harvesting mechanism built in, as well as other buildings in other municipalities in the Lower Mainland that are already built. Case in point is actually the Metro Town Towers, where Metro Vancouver is housed. Those buildings have a rainwater harvesting mechanism that then utilizes the rainwater for the gray water.
Councillor Tan, Councillor Duick. Well, that seemed to spark something.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Youssef for putting this on the floor. I'm going to channel Mr. Roth's thought. I love green infrastructure all the way. Love green roofs, love bee gardens, love all of it. And when I think about this, I'm also thinking about what the mayor is saying about, when I think about where the province is going and where we get the biggest bang for our buck in terms of focusing on policy, because each thing we put in, ideally will come in my understanding comes through a plan. As I'm learning, comes through starts in plan and then policy, and then filters onto implementation steps, so that there's clarity for all the stakeholders, including the developers, and figuring out ultimate end goal. And being at the Metro Vancouver Council meetings over the weekend, we heard from the Metro Van CAO that he sometimes with his staff look at the water levels in the watersheds, and we all cross our fingers and hope that there's extra rain to fill up those watersheds. So there is water supply and water conservation is a real issue in our community, in our communities, and so this rainwater harvesting would help offset that. And I think so I love it, and I also love green roofs, and I also love pollinator gardens, and yet even I hesitate to require them of every single development, because I'm understanding now, in my first short few months on council, that every policy we put in can often have unintended consequences, and I don't know enough of the unintended consequences of this. And I trust that having heard the presentation from the Metro Vancouver staff, and I'm sure feel confident that you speak with provincial officials, that we are looking at water conservation plans. And I have no doubt that those folks who are smarter than me would have considered rainwater harvesting if that was the next step that we're going to take. I think sort of just sitting back, that water is going to be I sort of think about all the things that our community needs, and then talking to an engineer, I was reminded that really number one is water and number two is sewage. I love talking about sidewalks and streetlights and bike paths and all this stuff, but ultimately water and sewer. One day without water and sewer, and we'll all be hooligans on the street, essentially. And so I really appreciate the spirit of this motion. And I'm just working through the implementation steps of this, and just having this as a recommendation go through UBC and go through the province. I feel like strategically, there are probably other ways we can look at this. And I think just from a climate lens, I think the focus here will be on GHG emissions and trying to mitigate and bring down our GHG emissions. And that would be where I think we should focus our energy on, even though I understand from our Metro Vancouver CAO that even though it's within Metro Van, we are not that we shouldn't conserve our water supply. It was very firm on that, but we are okay for water. We are okay for water because we just purchased additional capacity in Coquitlam Lake. So this, as important of a priority as this is, I don't think this is the top priority that necessarily our city should be putting forward as UBCM, because the reality is that our name lives on every resolution. And So, there are all the million things that we could be doing that are very worthwhile. But I think this is just not the top priority. So I'm happy to put this to bed, even though it's with some reluctance, because, love the green infrastructure. Thanks,
you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Dewick.
Thank you. So for me, I'm not a big fan of giving the province more jurisdiction to tell the local council what to do. So I'm not a fan of that. Like, we're locally elected to make decisions on building development, green infrastructure, whatever it is. And our environmental regulations are above and beyond the province. So if we feel passionate about this, we can do this locally. We don't need to ask the province. We don't need to ask them to implement regulations. So I would rather have the conversation locally. What does it look like for us? Go through our environmental committee, say, because there's benefits to this, there's no doubt. But I don't really want the province involved in telling us what we should do or shouldn't do. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Schiller.
Thank you. We were just talking earlier about my own recent experience with well water and access to water, and that probably figures into my thinking. But honestly, I do think at a basic level, what is being proposed here is very logical, right? We had a conversation earlier about building little parts of sidewalks that don't connect, and there's a sort of a lack of logic there. Using pristine drinking water to water lawns doesn't make sense. And while I'm not saying that this addresses all the problems or provides all the solutions, I do support, putting this forward and speaking to this idea that we need to do better. I appreciate every brilliant idea that gets, dreamed up costs money at the end of the day. But there's a cost in not dealing with it too. There's a cost of running out of water. And I think it's going to take leadership from government to say to our development community and our builder community, we need to do something different here and we need to do it better. And I totally appreciate your point, Councillor Dewick, about the province, but at the same time, for something like this that's around how buildings are constructed, I think there actually are advantages to having a more comprehensive approach. That just means that no matter where in this province you're building a home, that this sort of thing is being taken into account. So I support this one. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get to round two in a second. Okay. Councillor Doze. Councillor Doze. Are you voting or are you wanting to talk?
I wanted to talk. Can you hear me? Yes. I think for all intent and purposes, I guess that anything that anybody can do today in the world of today to improve our opportunity of having to defeat the monster we have in the world today, which is climate change. Anything that we can do to help us, survive and help our children to survive and our grandchildren to survive, for me, is worth giving a trial. I run a hospital here where we collect rainwater and use it to water our lawns, during the dry season. We also use certain kind of plants that don't require too much water during the dry season. All these things are being done for us to meet the LEED requirements, of our building. So my point is that this is not going to destroy anything for us. Rather, it will add value to all and everything we have been doing about climate change. We spend resources discussing climate change, and this might be a little drop in an ocean, but it makes a difference. It points out to the fact that we are not just paying lip service to all we are doing. We are doing something. We are pursuing this because we think and we feel that it is something worth doing. For this reason, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say that I am supporting this because it will help us, number one, to chart a better course for our future, and number two, to prove that we are not just paying lip service to environment change, that this climate change is a problem, and anything that could be done to save it, to help us in winning that battle, is worth doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just listening to some of the comments, I want to try and bring it back to something that both Councillor Tan had said, Councillor Duick had said, and I want to make the connection there. So, because you guys jogged my memory here. Number one, do we want the province telling us what to do? No, not really. Why? We're a watershed community. I can tell you, I won't say where it was, but there was a huge problem with aquifers. The water that when it rains, that's what feeds the aquifers. And you would know because there's a lot of it down by Wannock area. There's a lot of aquifers owners that rely on the aquifer. So and none of them are a lot of them are strong. Once they're gone, they're gone. So in this particular case, there was a business that was on a very weak aquifer. And they were trying to find ways to, because they were shipping in water, the residents were having issues with everything. And then they ended up getting this massive giant bucket, massively big, to collect the rainwater. What it did was it took the water away from the aquifer and made it even more weak. So this is why I believe this is more of a local initiative than a provincial initiative. When you go up north, when you go to some of the areas that are like ours, that are watershed communities, that could have a devastating impact. And I wouldn't want the province building this into the building code. I think if they put that into building code, it could be disastrous for a lot of communities, excuse me, including ours, which is why I wouldn't support that on a provincial level. You know, locally, yeah, we can look at things like that because we wouldn't necessarily put it out in Wannock where we could hurt the aquifers, especially when we go like East Albion areas and all that kind of stuff. So for that reason, I don't think that I could support this one. Sorry, Councillor Duick.
Well, the other thing is we could stop watering our lawns. The lawn will grow back. So we don't have to have, as former Councillor Spears always told me, you can have a brown lawn and it will come back and it'll grow again. So there's one aspect, but all kidding aside, everything we add to the cost of building adds to the net cost to whoever it is that's purchasing or renting. So we talk out of one side saying we're going to build affordable housing, yet we keep adding and adding and adding. So there's some things we have no choice and we need to add, and it's the right thing to do for our future. But we need to have that context so that we know if by passing these motions, by implementing this strategy, we're adding all these costs. So is this realistic and do we want to continue? So for that reason, and plus I'm not a fan of the province telling us what to do. I would rather, if we see an area that we think there's a benefit, I'm all for the conversation.
Okay, thank you. Any final comments? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Doze. Unmute yourself.
I just want to say that I have a change of mind. I have heard, I have you guys speak. Yes, it is true. We cannot be building, trying to build affordable housing and then try to add costs to it. Again, this is my point. Before I cast my vote on anything, I want to have all the available information. And as new information is given to me, I have to make a decision. Thank God I haven't really voted before this. So I'm not going to vote again, for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other further comment or questions, I will call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? And motion is defeated. Let's see, where am I here? 4-2.
Okay, the final topic is treatment on demand.
Councillor Youssef.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last one. Yay, we made it. This motion is to deal with, of course, addictive substances and the detrimental effect that we've seen on many of our residents, and wanting to lobby the province to develop and execute a treatment on demand program as opposed to what's currently available, where individuals have to wait up to 3 months to get into a detox and treatment program. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Comments, questions? Councillor Duick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I absolutely believe that we need to support people and provide treatment. When we hear it all the time that when people are ready for treatment, there isn't treatment available. I struggle again with the language. I like to be positive. I like to be, I like it to be the tone to be different. That's all. I support asking the province to create more treatment beds for people that want it. Because there's just not enough. We hear it all the time. And when they want treatment, it has to be today or tomorrow. It can't be a week from now, because then something happens in their lives. Not all addictive substances claim the lives of people. What it does is it really creates a challenge in their life. It creates all kinds of hardships, physically and mentally. So it's the language. I'm good with, let's ask them to provide more treatment on demand options. It's the language. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate this motion, and I appreciate all the previous motions that come to the council table. I think it's useful for us to have these discussions. And with this one, I think that substance use and overuse is, as we know more, is a wicked problem, and has everything to do with, with colonization, to poverty, to trauma, to as root causes to from how we work with them, and with what does wraparound services look like, the length of which we spend working with folks, the length of time folks need support for. What an incredibly complex topic, and that requires a lot more than one sentence of a resolution. And so I appreciate the spirit of it. And I think, as I think back to, and I think that whatever work we do is in the context of what we've done in the city previously, of what First Nations have been doing for a long time, what our province is doing and what the federal government is doing. And when I look around at what the provincial government is doing, at least there is a Pathway to Hope program that I know that the ministry, responsible ministry, whatever their name is working on. There's a program in place. I looked at the news recently, there was a $20 million donation to St. Paul's, working on a new road to recovery program, where medical experts work with inpatients to triage folks depending on their needs. There's all sorts of things, from acute stabilization beds to withdrawal management beds to transitional stay beds to all sorts of medical experts at hand, ready to help folks with this particular step that folks need support and help with at that particular time in their life. And I'm supportive of programs that are holistic, that understand the complexities of life and of the issues that we work with. And so for me, in order to support, I think it's so important that we support programs that work with folks who are in need of support, and because we don't support folks very well. And so when I see proposals come forth on this topic, I pay a lot of attention. And I think that this topic demands a lot more than one sentence or 3 sentences on a motion. I would love to see it fleshed out with the work that has been done locally, provincially, federally, what has worked, scientific research on it. And so I appreciate it. I would love further thinking on it. And I think that the province has already has started a program. There are many advocates working with the province and telling them what they're doing is not good enough. And I think we all agree that whatever we're doing is not good enough. And I'd like them to continue down that road and work with medical experts on that. So I think it's not enough. And I think I am going to work through that channel. I think that's the most productive and strategic way of us to achieving the outcome of at the end of the day, what we want is folks being well. And I think that the best strategic way to do that is to work with the path that we are going down and to improve it and to add a whole bunch of speed up programs along it so that we can go quicker. So I will not be in support of this motion, though I support the spirit of it.
Thank you. Any comments before I throw mine in? None? Okay, so, all right. Currently, the minister responsible for that has in their mandates expanding treatment options. So that's already part of their mandate letter. Not sure what per se that goes to. We know that they've been talking about complex care and actually doing complex care, which we got eight folks to go get into complex care. I agree that it takes way too long to get into a treatment facility, and I think therein lies the problem. There's two pieces to this. Is getting into treatment, but it's putting them into housing afterwards. That's the part that is controversial in all the conversations I had. Yeah, let's treat them, but not worry about housing them. Well, you're wasting your money because as they get out of treatment, if they don't got a safe place to go to, they're back on their street with their friends and they're not sober anymore. It's intriguing to say treatment on demand, but we don't have the facilities or the political will currently to do a treatment on demand, because then that means you would have, and if UBCM was lobbying, which you'll probably see something in there already, having to do with mental health addictions, along those lines. I could support this if it was strictly about more treatment facilities tied to supportive housing afterwards. What's the point of putting them in there if they got nowhere to go afterwards? So I would like to see both of them together. When we're asking the province to develop and execute a treatment on demand program, to be honest, I don't think they have the wherewithal to do that right now. But if they start redirecting their funds to more treatment facilities, I'm in support of that. But it has to be tied to supportive housing. Part one, treatment facilities. Part two, supportive housing. I would support that. This on its own, I think, is kind of pie in the sky, because I don't think it would go anywhere, and I don't think it would actually help people if we're putting them back on the streets again. So that would be, and I guess that's a question to Councillor Youssef. Is that something that you want to go back and rework?
Certainly, Mr. Chair, as was pointed to earlier by staff, is that this session is meant to collect the ideas around the table, and then we can go back and rework some of the wording or some of the concerns that have been addressed with these resolutions, and then come back to council for final approval.
Okay. I'm not sure what that means. If we're not open to changing that, then I will just not support it. So what I'm saying is, in order for me to support it, this is what I'd be looking for. And I'm asking you, is that amenable to you? Is that something that you would entertain or not? I mean, that's pretty clear on that, I think.
Yes is a short answer. I would be open to entertaining some amendments and of course discussing them and bringing them forward to council again to consider as a body, as a whole.
Okay, any other comments or questions?
I have a comment, just as a point of clarification as well, through the chair to council. Councillors are more than welcome to work with the original author of the submissions after this meeting in order to tweak and bolster based on the conversation and of course, working with staff. So I did just want to remind council, you're more than welcome to, work together.
Thank you for the reminder.
You're welcome.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? And motion gets carried 4-2. Is there more?
You did great. That was very good. You went through all of them, no more. And I just wanted to also thank Councillor Youssef for having submitted the resolutions to begin with, and to council for just the great discussion that you all had. And I was taking notes. So looking forward to seeing what comes back at the next meeting for that. Do we need a motion or anything?
Through the chair to council. So if I could just go through the list at this
Yes,
point
please.
and suggest the wording of a motion for the next meeting. So the proposed motion that I could suggest based on the second part that was in the report says that final resolution, and we have alternative modes of transportation, diversion court, flood mitigation measures, and treatment on demand, include sufficient research justification narrative from members bringing forward those representative resolutions to the June 27th council meeting.
Can I just interject there? And according to my list, the ones that was approved was alternate modes of transportation, diversion court, and treatment on demand. The flood was not in there.
No, the flood was not in there.
I stand corrected. Yes, that's right. We did end up reconsider that. Yeah.
So we had how many resolutions? passed?
3.
3? Okay. Do we have a motion then?
Unfortunately, our system is still acting up, so we can't type it in.
Okay,
but
so
I
the
could-
motion would be that we go back, rework the 3 resolutions.
Yep.
And to
include
come back.
sufficient research justification and bring those forward on the June 27th council meeting.
Okay. Question? Well, I guess the first question is, are we all okay with, because I know it's not written down. Is it clear enough? We're okay to do that? Okay, can I get a motion to move? Moved by Councillor Youssef, seconded by Councillor Chan. All those in favor? It is unanimous. Motion has been carried. What else do we have? Is that it?
Adjournment, sir.
Well, I'm thinking. Well, we could do briefing on other items of interest, matters deemed expedient, or we could just say, thank you very much. There's no further business. We are now adjourned.